morning, it's 9 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, met with Swiss Confederation President Guy Parmelin on the sidelines of the India AI Impact Summit in New Delhi. The meeting highlighted Switzerland's interest in partnership with the UAE to host the 2027 AI Impact Summit in Geneva and discussed strengthening cooperation ahead of the UAE hosting the summit in 2028. Talks during the meeting also stressed the need for global collaboration on AI governance frameworks to balance innovation with improved quality of life. Moving on, the UAE has ranked third worldwide in artificial intelligence adoption, with usage reaching 56% in 2025, according to a global study. Adoption surged from 10% in 2023 to 2027 in 2024, before doubling again last year, reflecting a rapid uptake across the government, businesses, and consumers. AI app downloads climbed to over 6 million users in 2025, up sharply from 1.1 million in 2023. Amazon has surpassed Walmart to become the world's largest company by annual revenue, reporting around 717 billion US dollars for 2025. Walmart's revenue for the same period was 713 billion US dollars, ending its 13-year run at the top. Amazon's growth was driven by e-commerce, cloud computing, and advertising, while Walmart continues to expand its retail and online presence. Analysts say this marks a shift in global business power toward tech-driven companies, according to a report on CNBC. That's the news for now. Follow more news on WhatsApp and X. This is Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive. Welcome to the show if you've just joined us, or thank you for staying there if you're still with me. So I posed a question just before the break there. What if the stories that we rarely talk about at work, migration, homesickness, cultural adjustment, emotional survival, are actually key to healthier, more productive workplaces? Now, this month, Metro Diaries, Musings of a Collective Moving Experience, returns to Dubai. And it's kind of a way of offering a lens on migration, on memory and belonging, and what those experiences mean, not just from a cultural perspective, but also from a professional perspective. Now, this was originally commissioned by the Arts Centre at NYU Abu Dhabi. And what Metro Diaries is, it's how can I put this succinctly? It's a live performance. It blends spoken word, movement, dance, intimate storytelling, and it's drawn from real migrant experiences. It's on at the SEMA Performing Arts space at Al Sakal Avenue, February the 14th and 15th, and there's some free workshops designed especially for migrant communities as well. Joining us this morning, two of the creative voices behind the work. Jomel Reyes is a cultural producer, also a performance maker, amplifying Filipino literature and diaspora memory. And Trixie Daniel is a disciplinary artist whose work across theatre, poetry and storytelling explores migration, identity and belonging. Guys, you're very welcome to the show. Good to have you on. Jomel, first of all, good to have you.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having us.
Trixie, good to meet you too.
Hi, good morning.
Let me start. Can I start with you, Jomel? Metro Diaries is kind of rooted in migrant stories, but I think it speaks strongly to how people show up every day to work. So how did that connection between that very kind of personal experience and professional life emerge?
Well, basically, Signature Collective as a group has always been about migrant experience. We are composed of migrant workers, our artists, our collaborators, are also experiencing the migrant life. So we are trying to be as truthful as possible based on our own experience, and also based on a research that we usually conduct when we create or collaborate for works. And Metro Diaries itself has been a reflection of the performers, the collaborators' life experience in terms of both personal and career-wise. Should I say, in terms of their life here in a foreign country, in Abu Dhabi and also Dubai. And these are the things that we embrace, our reality. And that is the reflection of it. That's why it is very important for us having this performance get out there and be seen by many, is because we believe that it will be a reflection of somehow they may be able to see themselves in their everyday living as someone who works in a corporate setup, or in the service industry, or in any other ways that any other reason that they are here in UAE.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I think we can all, certainly so many of us can relate to, the idea behind this, and I guess it also offers kind of an escape route as well from precious kind of day to day work. Trixie, how about that connection? If I can ask you pretty much the same question as Jamel, I'm interested in your thoughts on that personal experience and that kind of professional life crossover.
Yeah. Um, I think in my because it is also my lived experience, the one that we showed in Metro Diaries in the performance, and it really, on a personal note, it really affected my performance professionally when I was showing up, what happens personally to me. And now that I am in a space or in a work culture that really um, gives importance to what happens to me personally and professionally, I think my productivity is improving. So yeah, I think I will just leave it at that.
I think that's a really good point, actually, and it's kind of the natural place to go to next. I mean, Jamel, lots of migrant and globally mobile employees carry stuff that they don't show. You know, emotional labour, I suppose, into the workplace, and maybe that's a hard thing to share. It's a hard thing to relate to in the workplace. It's certainly a hard thing to bring up. I think for a lot of people in the workplace, so maybe people bottle those kinds of things up. What is it about these experiences that are still often kind of overlooked in organizational culture?
Um, in our era now, I think we are much more open in terms of uh talking about our feelings, our what's going on in our head. But still, there's a big chunk of companies, I think, would still be needing more exploration in this. Just the fact that we travel every day, and um, the traffic, for example, or the number of people going in during rush hour, also affects you somehow.
Mm.
It tires you. You don't notice it at first, but it tires you as well. And this adds up along the way, and it tires you down as an employee. And plus the fact that there are also things that we have to consider in terms of personal. After work, we still have to think a few things about personal lives, and this all piles up somehow. And if we don't really have an access to somehow release these thoughts, or an access to someone who may be able to listen to us, it can affect our work. It can affect the our capacity to be more effective, and be more creative towards our work, and our the results that we wanted to have during our work time. So yeah, that's it.
Trixie, what happens to people, individuals, but also organizations when emotional safety and belonging are treated as core priorities, really properly prioritized rather than just being, optional initiatives? What, in your experience?
Yeah. In my experience and firsthand experience, because I am in the learning and development industry, um, people have been very innovative, productive, and the turnover rate is decreased in companies wherein individuals are celebrated, fostered, nurtured, and they know themselves that or rather, if they know that there is a psychological safety existing in the company culture, um, they they would
Do you think they're just better? People are just
yeah,
better.
yeah,
It just
gorgeous, but
it's almost an intangible benefit. It's more like a feeling, I think.
yeah, it is.
Okay, no, I'm with you, Jamel. The UAE's possibly the most multicultural work environment on this planet. It's certainly up there with our, I don't know, 215 nationalities. It's probably gone up since I've started the question. What is it about Metro Diaries, do you think, that is particularly relevant to leaders, to managers, to organizations here in the country?
Um, One of the main things that the Metro Diaries is discussing is about the mental health condition of uh, a migrant worker, and how life in a foreign land somehow affects his character. Um, and if for example, if a corporate leader would be seeing or realizing that it is important to consider as well the emotional and mental living of their employees, it would be like a eureka moment for them to find ways on how they can improve and connect with with their employees. We are somehow um, focused on um, we are a result oriented in a set we are in a result oriented arena in terms of corporate living,
Hmm.
but that doesn't should remove us from the reality that we are also emotional. We are not AI. We are not robots, and in everyday living of a migrant worker, they are journeying to this, exploring this life that also affects them emotionally and intellectually. Now, these are important because it creates a whole person, a whole a living organism that improves and develops every day. And yeah, business owners, people who handles employees and staff, should be able to consider this also every day, that there is a struggle from home to work, and what happens in between also shape their employees. So I'm not saying that this should be the only focus, but it could be something that they could think about. How can they develop more on their human resources programs?
It's a fair point. People aren't just numbers, and I think that's at the crux of this. It's consider the other person, isn't it? Trixie, let me ask you a little bit about the performance. Not necessarily the performance, but the around the performance. Have you noticed corporate audiences or maybe professionals that have come to the show? Do they respond any differently to kind of a traditional theatre audience?
Um, yeah, most of the people that came during the performance uh, on the employee side, they felt understood, um, and we as creators or collaborators, we thought that we were just telling our own stories, but it ended up that we are telling other people's stories. Like, for example, there is this pharmacist. She's around 30-ish, but she related to a story of a 19-year-old who is Ray, a choreographer, our choreographer. She connected and related to that story of how she felt lost when she came to the UAE. And others, they connected in a sense that because we used in the performance, we used our mother tongue, and in that very short scene they felt like they were home because the mother tongue was used in the performance. So those longing and sense of belonging that they were looking for, I think at in that 60-minute performance, we gave it to them, I think.
I
And
no,
if I may just sorry, if I may just
sorry,
add up
Jamel,
on
go
that.
on.
Yeah, with in terms of connecting with the audience, yeah, just like Trixie said, there are people who approach us, the audience from the audience. They would say that there's also this one lady who talked to me after the show that particularly on the part of discussing about mental health and mental health issue, she even told me that she saw herself just with a few lines. And this is a non Filipino audience. She understood the very feeling of the character, and it made her cry, not because she knows what the person is going through, but she is able to somehow have the what you call this somehow it is as if she is the one talking to the audience, as if she has a voice of telling the people that I'm also struggling with this. And that is important for me and for us as a collective, that we are able to share and be the somehow the mode or the avenue for others to really talk and share the stories.
I mean, it's
And
it,
to add, sorry.
go on, Trixie.
And to add on that, on the leadership level, we also had non-Filipino managers that told us that now they understand what their employees are going through. So yeah.
Okay, I mean it's the best possible kind of validation, I suppose. If it's that relatable that quickly, it's that accessible. Jamel, from a business perspective, a creative economy perspective, if you like, what does it mean that a performance like this, has been commissioned, it's being supported, it's being restaged? I mean, this is another run. What does it mean that you're in these these cultural spaces?
Well, first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank NYU Arts Center Abu Dhabi for really taking a risk on us. They've been friends by the collective since 2018, since we started, and they've seen us grow. And it's part, I believe, it's part of their goal to really support grassroots art makers, collectives here in UAE, and they've really been. Um, Somehow a stronghold and a great support for collective like us and artists here in UAE like us. And it's important to have this kind of space or spaces. And now with SEMA as a corporate center, it validates that our work is truly being supported, and our voices are being heard somehow as an artist. And yeah, it's a good experience for us because we have spaces that supports artists and works like what we're doing, and we're very thankful. And now we really wanted the audience from Dubai and other Emirates to come and see the show.
We talked a little bit about the feedback and how people relate to the show. Trixie, do you think art and storytelling can really realistically influence how organizations think about employee well-being, how they think about inclusion, and how they think, how that impacts productivity positively for an organization? And you kind of pointed to your own experience. So there's an element, I guess, and I'm trying to head towards, that you've seen that impact firsthand.
Yes, I think first, storytelling has a greater impact. Policies do have impact if implemented, but then storytelling stays with us. We remember the story, we remember the people. Um, and in terms of having it firsthand, I've experienced being in, how do I put it? In a not so good place in terms of work culture,
Hmm.
and then transitioned to a work culture wherein I am nurtured, and now I recognize what it looks like. And I think I advocate for that. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. I
It's
advocate for
okay.
that, for people to also experience a better work culture.
It's a nice thing to hear, and I'm glad that it's been a positive, or it's turned out to be a more positive experience for you. Jomel, the project also includes free workshops. I mentioned that at the beginning for migrant communities. How do those spaces model the kind of emotional safety, the kind of inclusion that so many workplaces now are trying to build, are trying to get to?
Um, it is something that I'm not sure if it's just unique with us, but whenever we try to incorporate other people's stories, we make sure that is connected with what the community are experiencing, not just our own, but also others who are within the community. And we reach out, and when we do workshops, we make sure that we have their permission to share their stories, and also put it out there if in terms of we decide to include it in our performances. And I think it's also important that this kind of practices, like collecting stories and including the actual people in it to make their stories realized on stage or on art making, um, and include them in the collaboration or somehow in the process of making it, make it more like um, not just relatable but based on an actual and factual scenarios and experience by the people who actually experience it. And I think this also be in corporate um, setup. I think it's also beneficial, would be beneficial for companies to get more um, art related practices, because art is not just for art spaces or for galleries or theaters or and whatnot, but art extends beyond that. That's why we are here right now. Your radio show and your work is focused on the economy, on corporate life, or financial people. But we are here invited to share our stories and our production. And it means that art extends beyond just the natural space that we know it should be, but um, art making and art process can also be helpful in different facets of life, be it corporate, be it personal. It can help us all, and creating these workshops um, makes people more inclusive.
Final question, and I'd like to ask Trixie this. And I know it's an emotional topic for you, Trixie, but for any employers or maybe team leaders or managers or people who represent an institution that are listening or watching this morning, what's the one thing you would like people to remember, the one takeaway that Metro Diaries offers about supporting migrant globally mobile teams? Better, more thoughtfully.
I think for me is lead with curiosity and empathy. If a person is not performing, uh, ask why first, rather than rather than uh, giving them reasons, giving yourself reasons why they are not performing properly. So yeah, lead with curiosity and empathy, because
Okay.
all of us are going through something.
It's a very fair point. It's a good thing to remember. Trixie Daniel is a multidisciplinary artist. Trixie, it's been good to talk to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
And Jamel Reyes is a cultural producer. Jamel, great talking to you as well. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you as well, Tim, for giving us the opportunity to be here.
Good to have you both with us. This is Mira Business FM. Just a reminder, Metro Diaries, musings of collective moving experiences back in Dubai. It's on February the 14th to 15th, SEMA Performing Arts in Al Sakal Avenue. And as we mentioned, there are some free workshops there as well. All about migration, memory, belonging, inclusion, and what those experiences that we all have at work and at home and moving here to the UAE mean, not just culturally, but also professionally. It's Mira Business FM, it's the morning drive.
Good morning. It's 9:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, met with Swiss Confederation President Guy Parmelin on the sidelines of India AI Impact Summit in New Delhi. The meeting highlighted Switzerland's interest in partnership with UAE to host the 2027 AI Summit, and also went on to the discussions with talks on during the meeting that stressed for global collaboration on AI governance frameworks to balance innovation with improved quality of life, Emirates News Agency reported. Airfares from the UAE for the Eid al-Fitr holiday have nearly doubled compared with February levels as travel demand surges for the short break. Return economy tickets for travel between March 19th and 30 show steep increase on the popular routes. Flights from Dubai to London are around 4,075 dirhams compared with about 1,837 dirhams off-season, while fares to Lisbon have reached roughly 4,674 dirhams and Osaka nearly 7,995 dirhams. Also, tickets to Almaty, Bangkok, and Phuket are also significantly higher, reflecting the strong demand for destinations across Europe, Asia, and the CIS. The UAE has ranked third worldwide in artificial intelligence adoption, with usage reaching 56% in 2025, according to a global study. Adoption surged from 10% in 2023 to 27% in 2024, before doubling again last year, reflecting a rapid uptake across government, businesses, and consumers. AI app downloads climbed to over 6 million in 2025, up sharply from 1.1 million in 2023. Researchers link the momentum to early policy initiatives, including the National AI Strategy launched in 2017, while projections suggest that AI could contribute up to $96 billion, accounting for nearly 14% of GDP and one of the highest projected impacts globally, according to Khaleej Times. And now, a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $67,278, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 24.77 Indian rupees, 76.30 Pakistani rupees, 33.31 Bangladeshi taka, 15.83 Philippines peso, 12.95 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.93 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Good morning. Welcome to the morning drive today. We're going to be speaking about consumer behavior in Ramadan in a few moments' time. And a reminder that there is a new edition of Luxury Breaks later on this morning with ex-Motors Jacek Ziemek on this show and then across your favorite podcast platforms. Plus, there is more as well. We're also welcoming back another episode of Crossroads today, 1 to 2 p.m. live here at Mira Business FM. Every Friday, Dr. David Tully, Dima Magalse, welcome a new guest from across the global entertainment industry. That is then across your favorite podcast platforms. All you need to do is search Mira Business FM or search Crossroads. Simple as that. As I said, consumer behavior during Ramadan, brands pivoting. That's what we're talking about next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
On the morning drive next, how is Ramadan 2026 reshaping consumer behavior and also marketing strategies across not just the GCC, the UAE, but also the GCC? From evolving spending patterns to the shift in advertising, impact, businesses are kind of rethinking how they connect with consumers during perhaps a more meaningful month for many. So lots of insights around at the moment, lots of newspaper articles, magazine articles. There's the latest Ipsos Ramadan report, an industry report. So what do brands need to know to succeed this season? Now, Dr. Surjo Mukherjee is Assistant Professor of Marketing. He's at the University of Wollongong in Dubai, and he is something of an expert on consumer psychology and market trends in the region. With me in the studio. Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much, Tim. Very nice to be here.
It's good to have you here. I'm interested in this because, you know, Ramadan is such an important time for so many people, and there's kind of I don't want to use hipster phrasing, but there is certainly a vibe in Ramadan. It's a different feeling for the month. So let's start with this. How have consumer priorities and spending behaviors shifted during Ramadan this year compared to previous years?
So if we look at the recent consumer surveys, one thing is for sure, and which is good news for the business community here, that more than half the consumers, I think the figure is around 58 or 60% consumers say, they definitely spend more during Ramadan than usual, and perhaps more than the year before. And only less than 20% say they're actually going to spend less. So we are expecting a surge in business. But where we do see a change is how that spending is going to happen. One of the priorities that comes up consistently across different surveys is the spending is going to be more intentional rather than being impulse driven, being in the moment. And I think that is going to drive consumer behavior and how brands are responding to that. To adapt to that.
Can you give me an example of a more intentional approach?
Let's take the most common example, retail, right? If you go to the hypermarkets and all. Close to half the retail shoppers in surveys are saying they will strictly follow shopping lists. Now, that is a huge number if you see this kind of very intentional behavior. And if you see across surveys, a very small number of people actually say, no, in this time of the year, I'm more impulsive. So people actually cut down on their impulse and become more planning oriented. And this necessitates a change in how brands are also communicating with consumers compared to what we see year round.
See, that's interesting to me because the kind of perceived wisdom of when to go shopping is you go when you're not hungry.
Exactly.
Because if you go when you're hungry, you tend to buy things that maybe you don't need that take your fancy. And I would imagine in Ramadan, people are hungry. I mean, naturally you are when you fast. But I suppose, so that's kind of counterintuitive. But at the same time, the point of Ramadan is to try to understand and be at one with people who have less than you. So is that part of what drives that intentional
yes, and a related kind of data that we see across consumer surveys and the consumer sentiment we see in social media is there is this feeling among people that over time Ramadan is becoming more and more commercialized.
Sure.
Whereas, as you very correctly pointed out, it is a time to kind of slow down, look inwards, and focus on the values rather than materials, so to say. So I think in people's mind, they try to kind of balance between the two. And as we said, it is not reducing the amount of consumption. It is just channeling the consumption in a different way.
I mean, that kind of points. So I don't mean to butt in, but that kind of points to the atmosphere, if you like, during Ramadan. That you're kind of thinking a little bit more about others, the way other people feel, and that's most people would agree that that's kind of what they're doing. That's front and center of mind, isn't it?
Yes.
And I suppose if you're inviting people over for iftar and for sahur, and you're sharing a little bit more, because it tends to be a sharing time, then you're more intentional in that you're thinking, well, Muhammad's coming tonight and he likes this, and then Sahar's on the way, and so that's kind of the pointedness of it.
Absolutely. So this is where consumers want brands to kind of help them in this hosting, in this sharing, because one thing that we have seen in earlier years as well, and I'm sure will be the trend this year as well, is when it comes to food, for example, the focus shifts to in-home, right?
Yeah.
So hosting people and so on. So you as a brand, how are you helping consumers to make their life easier during this month in this hosting? Be it in the kind of assortments, in the kind of bundles that you are selling, be it reducing the amount of effort through different services you may be offering. So your focus have to shift to that, and not only necessarily in price promotions. Yes, price promotions are important for budget conscious shoppers when people are becoming more planned, but it is not only about saving on money. It can be about saving on effort. It can be about saving on time. So a wide variety of services have the opportunity to become very relevant.
See, that makes sense to me. And I very often kind of look at marketing, and I don't really understand whether it's a science or an art or a dark art, but that makes a lot of sense. And that's kind of I suppose in a way, lots of what we've kind of been trying to discuss there are behavioral changes or changes in attitude, aren't they? But what other kind of behavioral changes identified in these consumption reports should marketers be paying more attention to, do you think?
So there are two things I would highlight here, and which are related, is in the nature of promotions. If you see year-round in different seasons, the kind of promotions that are run, one of the most common kind of promotions we see are what we call time scarcity ones. That, hey, there is a time-limited deal, buy before this or your benefit runs out, right? This 20% discount runs out, stock out, and so on. And that's a way to attract consumers in other times.
Yeah.
Like those kind of offers do not go with the spirit of Ramadan and the mood of it. If you want to rush people in a time when spiritually they are in a completely different mood, as you were saying, the vibe is to slow down, is to spend more meaningful time with family and close ones, friends. So there, you are not matching the vibe then.
That's a very good point. I mean, also, you're tired as well. Fasting, if you haven't eaten, you're more tired. You're thirsty.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
So it takes a lot of cognitive load in people's mind to process those kind of fast-paced promotions. So this is not the time of those fast-paced promotions. This is the time of more value-based promotions. And we must not forget, it is not about just selling during Ramadan. This is a time where you can, as a brand, actually show to people you are doing meaningful work to help the consumers. And the value-based connection that you make here in this month can help you have a stronger reputation, stronger connection with those consumers year-round. So I think that is an opportunity.
So at a time when it's you're finding you're kind of feeling good about your fellow man, woman, if you like, you make that connection, and that forges a stronger connection down the road. That's interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the thing is, people are spending, there are increased marketing budgets, sales budgets during Ramadan, of course, but the traditional advertising tactics, no.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you see the ad spending patterns, there are slightly different data available in different sources, but approximately the ad spend goes up by more than 250% during Ramadan. That's a lot of clutter. And again, you see the surveys, people say, oh, there are too many ads. But funnily enough, it doesn't mean ads don't work. 52% also say yes, they see ads and they buy directly during Ramadan, seeing those ads. So it is not about just spending, it's about how are you standing out from the clutter, right?
Yeah.
So this is where, as we were saying, some of these strategies of not focusing on immediate promotions, but talking about the season in a way that matches the vibe becomes extremely important. So it is also important to diversify the channels through which you talk to consumers. Like, don't, if you are on Instagram, yes, meta ads are very powerful, but you need to diversify because you know the more popular channels are going to be more cluttered with advertisements.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess, TV and, TV dramas come into their own a little bit more in Ramadan. And that's a traditional kind of, it's legacy media, isn't it? But it's a very traditional way to spend Ramadan with family and enjoy. I remember a few years ago, there was a particular Turkish drama that was huge. But that is a thing, isn't it?
Absolutely. So going back to good old school media, this is a wonderful time because that is one kind of media where you can play it and all of you spend time together. So yes, we need to prioritize the new media, digital media, and so on. But we shouldn't forget about the classical old school media that gives you a lot of exposure and meaningful exposure at the right time when people are in the right mood. Just being in the background, just being there, because there is a lot of value in just being there. Right?
Well, you can see the benefit, can't you, of legacy media in that case? Because it's about sharing, that appointment viewing thing of let's watch, whatever the particular drama is at the time, and people sit down together. And it's not, the solitary experience of, guy in coffee shop on phone. It's a very different attitude. What kinds of messaging or what kinds of creative approaches resonate most during the holy month, do you think?
I think here, if I go back to the surveys, you will see from more than 80% people do talk about the fact that this is the time when people spend more time with family compared to friends. Yeah. So very traditional family values, kind of reminding people about the heritage, the traditions, that kind of storytelling is important. But at this time, you were talking about earlier that, whether marketing is a science and an art. And here the art aspect of bringing that out in an authentic manner is what matters. This is where good creative, good storytelling matters instead of, seeming opportunistic. That kind of relational approach is very important during this time.
Okay, do you mean things like, I don't know, I'm trying to think, I can't think of a particular advert, but in my head I'm thinking, grandchildren and family, and then the grandparents are there, that the kind of connection, almost generational?
Yeah, yes.
That kind of style?
Yes, and also in the spirit of giving, if you see, Taliban did it last year, and in the recent report, they have also talked about, they have partnered this year as well in an initiative, what they called Hero Meals. So where consumers, when you are buying any delivery products, you can contribute a part which goes to fund iftar meals for the delivery heroes. So it's a very meaningful way to connect your normal, usual delivery behavior to something of a giving behavior, and in an area where these companies have legitimacy, because these delivery heroes help them run this business, which helps consumers, and they give the consumers an opportunity to help those delivery heroes back. This campaign was very popular last year, and I recently read a report on one of the newspapers that they have renewed this partnership this year. So these are also examples of very value consistent messaging, value consistent programs that work well during this time of the year.
I mean, that's a really good example because it's a good thing to do, but it's also kind of the right thing to do. So that fits well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
One of the things is, obviously, you mentioned 250% up in terms of spend.
Yes.
So there are clearly some commercial objectives there. That's a commercial opportunity, but you've got to balance that with the being authentic culturally, being appropriate culturally, haven't you? Because if it's a little bit too obvious that this is our time to coin it, as it were, the potential is to alienate people, I think.
Yes. If I can add here, one of the other trends in this promotions that we see is what happens in influencer marketing during the month of Ramadan. That, we have a lot of partnerships that brands have with influencers where they focus on content being posted and through that driving actual real sales, because it is important for companies to measure what is the effect that the spending is having on their returns, right? In terms of higher revenue, higher sales, higher number of consumers getting onboarded. Now, one of the trends that we see during Ramadan, that the conversion does not happen directly from an influencer posted content, directly in terms of sales. Okay. What happens is influencer-driven campaigns are still relevant, but it has some stages in between. As we were saying, because people become more intentional and planned, they take that information, they go and execute search in different platforms. It may be on the retailer's website and all, and they share that with their near and dear ones. As you were saying, it might be with family members, right? Who are the relevant others whose preference I'm trying to cater to that. Hey, would you like this? And then the sales happens not through a direct connection, but through a delayed one.
So we're back to that kind of more intentional thing.
Exactly.
You're banking the information.
Exactly.
With the intention.
Yes.
At some point. So the research is done kind of thing.
Yeah. And marketers, that's why also have to change their approach in terms of how they measure the effectiveness of their media spend. So if you see how we plan our media buying, it is often, what is leading to sales? So if you only care about the last click that led to my sales, you might not see the effect of the influencer spend because the click did not come directly from that video or from that affiliate link.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So you have to be very mindful about, this is a cascading of information. This is not just the last click that is driving all my sales. So what we are essentially hinting is not focusing entirely on performance marketing, as they say, into a more looking at the consumer funnel or the consumer journey overall.
Okay. See, in my head, I'm picturing Ramadan as a time when, if you're on your phone, it's put your phone down. It's iftar. It's that because it's, you're be a bit more reflective, be part of the moment a little bit more. Seems to be one of the attitudes. Yes. And it leads me to a final question, really, because we haven't really got much more time. How do you see consumer engagement with social media platforms, social commerce, digital platforms during? How does it change during Ramadan, do you think?
I think just taking forward your point, what you said, that if during the meals I'm using my phone, I'm going to say, put your phone down. That happens very often. So the timing when people use or consume media on their own, that timing shifts rapidly. Right. So that goes after Taraweeh. So later during the night, let's say post 10 p.m. and actually till up to 2 a.m. in the morning is when there is a lot of these individual consumption of media or complete absorption with screens happen. Right. So if you are a media buying manager, you have to plan the timing accordingly compared to the rest of the year.
So there's a whole lot of posting going on later in the day.
Yes.
Right, I've got you. That's so interesting. Look, we've got probably a minute or so, Sorcha. What kind of lasting shifts in consumer behavior do you expect this Ramadan? Anything that's going to push the industry forward? Any changes you think or you expect to happen?
I think not just in Dubai, but across the region, one trend that we see is people being very careful about the cost of living increase. And here we also have the government working with a lot of retailers to monitor prices and all. And when people practice such kind of intentional behavior throughout a month, oftentimes some of those behaviors stick. So going forward, we might see people in general being more planned and more mindful of value. And by value, it is not just, again, economic benefits, but benefits in terms of time and benefits in terms of effort going forward. And brands would have to be careful about those time scarcity promotions only to be more helpful in different ways, comprehensively.
Well, I guess the hope is always that, at times like this, I mean, Ramadan is one example, Christmas is another example, two different festivals, if you like, but the overall kind of ethos is kind of similar in that, you're probably a bit nicer to people.
Yes.
Hopefully that can extend beyond, into the year, into the rest of your life. That would be an ideal. So that makes some sense. It's interesting. It's food for thought, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, Dr. Surjo Mukherjee is Assistant Professor of Marketing at the University of Wollongong in Dubai. I really appreciate you coming in this morning.
Thank you so much, Sam.
Thank you. Good to speak to you. It's Mira Business FM. News next.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Airfares from the UAE for the Eid al-Fitr holiday have nearly doubled compared with February levels as travel demand surges for the short break, according to Gulf News. Return economy tickets for travel between March the 19th and to the 30th show steep increases on popular routes, and flights from Dubai to London are around 4,075 dirhams compared with about 1,837 dirhams off-season, while fares to Lisbon have reached roughly up to 4,674 dirhams and Osaka nearly 7,995 dirhams. Tickets to Almaty, Bangkok and Phuket are also significantly higher, reflecting strong demand for destinations across Europe, Asia and CIS. His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, met with Swiss Confederation President Guy Parmelin on the sidelines of the India AI Impact Summit in New Delhi. The meeting highlighted Switzerland's interest in partnering with the UAE to host the 2027 AI Impact Summit in Geneva, reflecting strong bilateral ties in advancing global artificial intelligence ecosystem and supporting further cooperation ahead of the UAE's hosting of the summit in 2028. Talks during the meeting also stressed the need for global collaboration on AI governance frameworks to balance innovation with improved quality of life, Emirates News Agency WAM reported. The UAE has ranked a third worldwide in artificial intelligence adoption, with usage reaching 56% in 2025, according to a global study. Adoption surged from 10% in 2023 to 27% in 2024, before doubling again last year, reflecting a rapid uptake across the government, businesses, and consumers. AI app downloads climbed to over 6 million in 2025, up sharply from 1.1 million in 2023. Researchers link the momentum to early policy initiatives, including the National AI Strategy launch in 2017, while projections suggest AI could contribute up to $96 billion, accounting for nearly 14% of GDP and one of the highest projected impacts globally, according to Khaleej Times. Amazon has surpassed Walmart to become the world's largest company by annual revenue, reporting around 717 billion US dollars for 2025. Walmart's revenue for the same period was 713 billion US dollars, ending its 13-year run at the top. Amazon's growth was driven by e-commerce, cloud computing, and advertising, while Walmart continues to expand its retail and online presence. Analysts say this makes the shift a global business power toward the tech-driven companies, according to a report on CNBC. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive. Here we are again, Friday morning, here at Mira Business FM, and it's 10 o'clock. And that means Jeff Rhodes is with me, a principal consultant from Rhodes Precious Metals, talking gold, silver, and all the other stuff. How are you, Jeff?
Hey, good morning. I'm fine.
Lovely to see you. So, can I just start off our discussion this morning with, after all of, extreme volatility would be a characterization of the last month or 6 weeks, record-breaking highs in January for gold. It's been a bit dull this week.
It's not dull, Tim. It's a very welcome period of consolidation.
That's what I was looking for. That was my phrase.
Yeah, it is exactly. If you remember when we were first in January, we were kind of doing twice a week. There was enough going on.
Yeah.
And then it kind of eased back. But I felt myself that the the size of volume going through the markets was actually too much for the market.
Yeah, you've been saying that for...
And it really needed to calm down. Yeah, we were having trading volumes, and that's difficult to get what does this really mean. But 600,000 contracts on the COMEX futures on a daily basis, I'd never seen before.
Yeah.
And there were day after day after day. And guess what? We've now gone back to the complete opposite. So yesterday, average trading volume, 200 to 250,000 contracts.
Really? A third?
Yesterday, 90,000. Right, the day before that was 80,000. So the last 2 days trading, the volume has just disappeared.
Yeah.
But why, Tim? Something happened this week.
Chinese New Year.
Yes, and
Chinese New Year is the first thing that comes to mind. You'll have to...
Ramadan.
Oh, of course, I'm sat in the middle of it. Yeah, you're right. Good point.
And for the Christians, Ash Wednesday, the first day of Lent.
So attention is certainly diverted then, isn't it?
Look, I think it's just a lot of people have got more on their mind than thinking about gold. So the trading volume has simply gone away. I think we're going to see some interesting action today. We've got the latest GDP figures from the US, and also something that they call the PCE index. It's the Personal Capital and Expenditure Index, which is watched by the Fed very closely when determining their monetary policy. More so than if you like the Consumer Price Index or Producer Price Index. The Fed likes the PCE index. We have that today, and that could cause a bit of a shock one way or the other.
Okay, so we've seen this week, and I'm going to quote back your report. I think it was Monday, your report. Pretty decent directional call that you put forward. Pivot a $400 trading range round about the 5,000 level. Over the course of this week, it's been exactly that, hasn't it? Hovering 4,900, 5,000, nearer the 5,000 level all week.
Yeah, so it keeps coming back to 5,000.
Yeah.
And this, it's almost the new gold standard is 5,000.
That's right.
And it is quite incredible when you think, if we'd have been having a conversation 6 months ago and talking about, is 5,000 possible? The answer would have been no. And now it's just, regular. There it is, 5,000. Gold is at 5,000. There's no great shouting from the rooftops about it. But it's forming a base. It's forming a base that will give us the underpinning that's required before we go for fresh highs later this year.
The 6,500 level.
6,500.
We've been quoting so much. No, it's right. I mean, it's the very sort of definition of the new normal, isn't it? Certainly in gold terms.
It is, yeah.
I wanted to talk to you about silver today because you sent me a piece the other day by Ahmed bin Saleem, who is executive chairman. He's the chief executive of DMCC, friend of yours, of course, as well. Yeah. And I think silver is such an interesting story at the moment. His piece is entitled "The Silver Renaissance: Transformation from a Volatile Byproduct to a Strategic Asset." And it's a really good read. But I wanted to summarise it because it's quite long, and there are a few points that really jump out. The first thing I thought was his commentary on structural undersupply and how silver's shifted from being kind of a cyclical precious metal to a scarce sort of strategic asset. So I wanted to ask you this. What are the long-term implications of 5 consecutive years? Because that's really what we've seen of supply deficit.
Absolutely. And the Silver Institute in Washington is run by a good friend of mine, actually. And they're predicting 6 in a row, another year of significant structural deficit. So we're talking about new production of silver against the annual consumption. Now, that will be the 6th year in a row. I got some numbers here. So I looked at that myself. So in 2025, there was a 95 million ounce deficit, more silver being consumed than produced.
Yeah.
Okay. That was, doesn't seem to say, 95 million ounces. That's $7.1 billion.
That's perspective.
That is a lot.
Yeah.
Now, over the 5-year period, 5 years, the deficit over 5 years, 820 million ounces. Okay, that's $61.5 billion. So there's always been, certainly since 1978 to 1980, was the period of time where there was a corner, there was a group of people in the world who wanted to corner all the silver, buy all the silver in the world, and determine the price. And the Middle East was a big part of that, actually. And but it ended up with a lot of silver in London, in the vaults in London. So much so, I remember when I was running the precious metals desk at Samuel Montague, one of the 5 members of the gold fixing, we almost thought about just leaving the silver on the sidewalk because there was nowhere to put it. We had so much, the vaults were full up, and it was really, and it's, when silver is shipped, it's not shipped as a precious cargo. It's not shipped as a precious metal.
I didn't know
It's
that.
an industrial metal. And so gold to ship silver, gold around the world is very expensive because it's high value.
Yeah.
And it's a precious metal. It's a valuable cargo. Silver is not. It's treated as normal cargo, not precious. So this has been the reality of silver for many, many years. What Ahmed is talking about here, silver has become precious.
Yeah.
Silver has become something that it was never thought to be. So it's scarcity and it's completely changed character. And silver has a lease rate. So silver lease rates at the moment, if you need to borrow silver, you're going to have to pay about 15% per annum. If you're short silver and you need to borrow it, even if you're JP Morgan or one of the big banks, if you haven't got silver and you don't deliver in, you have a problem. So we have this deficit that we now will have for 6 years. What do we do about that? There's one thing that will correct it, and that's the price. The higher it goes, it could bring scrap silver onto the market. This is why I'm beginning to reconsider my $150 high for the year.
Well, you were 125 and then 150.
I'm thinking about going a bit higher, Tim.
Are you really?
I am, yeah. I mean, look, I think Ahmed's article is probably the best piece of analysis I've ever seen for silver. Honestly, it's so understandable. It's written in words that mean something to the man in the street.
Well, that's what hit me, because I looked at it. The first thing, you send me stuff quite often, and reports obviously, and I read most of them. I got to be honest. I saw that and I thought, oh, that's really long, but I sat and read it. But he sectioned it in such a way that it is a really good read. The other thing I thought, the thing that jumped out next from this is market volatility and monetary policy, and the question over the wash shock, if you like, in quote marks, the expectations of tighter monetary policy and how that contributes to the extreme volatility that we've seen, continuing to see, I suppose. And the paper market reset in 2026. That was the next thing that jumped out.
Yeah, it is really interesting because he is hawkish. He is known to be very tough on if you like, printing money. And the way to restrict the money supply is, if you like, don't keep buying paper. So if the Fed keeps buying paper from the market, it puts liquidity into the market. And he is the opposite of that. But he's also a believer in low interest rates.
Yes.
There's the rub, because you've got, just with his appointment, it's confusion. And silver did come under huge amount. I think one day was 30% decline in one day, but it had gone up about 160% in the sort of 18 months before that. So you have to put that into context. Silver is volatile, and it's been volatile always because it is not as liquid as gold. See, with gold, central banks hold gold, and if necessary, they could intervene. But central banks don't hold silver. They don't. And it's very interesting that what we've had this year is China declaring silver as a strategic metal of importance to the country. So is America. So on top of having this situation where more silver is being consumed and produced every year, you've got the major economies of the world saying, we believe silver is a strategic metal, which that is not a bearish comment.
No, it's not a geopolitically relevant comment.
It is, but it isn't about geopolitics and, you know, warfare. And this is about two major economies saying we need silver.
Yeah.
And there's not enough.
Okay. The gold-silver ratio was the next point in the article that kind of jumps off the page, from over 105 to 1 to below 44 to 1. It's a big change. What does that compression suggest about silver's relative value, first point, and what potentially does it mean for the price trajectory if we continue in, a bull market?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, the gold-silver ratio is popular trade in the trade. A lot of professional traders like to trade the relative value of silver versus gold. Gold is the basis. Okay, so when you look at this, if it's 105 to 1, it means 1 ounce of gold can buy 105 ounces of silver.
Yeah.
Now, that went down that 1 ounce of gold, although it's record levels, could only buy 45 ounces of silver. But the lowest I've ever seen is 10. Me, in my career, 10 to 1. Because back in 1980, at one point, we had gold at $500 an ounce and silver at 50.
Yeah.
Even I can do that maths. So, and then I've seen it when we went into COVID, and the fact that metal couldn't move around the world, and the economies would be collapsing and blah blah. It never happened, of course. But then silver versus gold, and gold was the go-to safe haven. That went to 125 to 1. So I've seen 10 and traded, and to 125 to 1. It is simply that relative value, but it does tell you that silver is in short supply.
Okay. The next point, see if we can get it. We've got time, actually. That's good. Demand, industrial and technological demand was the next point that I wanted to bring out. How emerging technologies like, it's just solar cells, advanced solar cells, electric vehicles, battery prototypes, that kind of thing. How emerging technologies are reshaping global silver demand, because it's a transformation, isn't it, into an industrial metal, but it's more than that. It's a critical industrial metal.
It's always been an industrial metal. The big demand for silver always was in the photographic industry, when we had, in the old days of films, when you're with the camera and you put your film in the camera.
I miss those days.
Yeah, that's right. Well, then that's all using silver. And it was the photographic industry that used silver more than anything else. And but now it's evolved into something a lot broader, a lot wider. And this is the difference between gold and silver. Gold is lovely. Yeah, it's shiny. It's a nice, shiny asset.
It is the Jeff Rose
Right.
that we know and love.
But it's actually not used too much in anything significant. A little bit in electronic.
Yeah, a little bit, but not so
But
much.
it's jewelry. It's jewelry and investment demand. Silver is not. It's really, really necessary. And we're seeing AI. I mean, everyone's talking AI. AI uses a lot of silver. Okay.
Yep.
We're talking
Yep.
solar energy rather than the petrol and so on. Solar uses a lot of silver.
Yes.
Electronic cars
Yeah.
uses a lot of silver. So where the world is going, it's going towards a world that needs more and more silver. Now, problem with silver is the supply side. Did you know that 2/3 of silver is simply byproduct?
I know that only because you've told me that before, but I
when you
wouldn't
dig
have...
gold out of the ground, you get silver. When you
Yes.
dig copper out of
Yeah.
the ground, silver.
Yeah.
Aluminium, zinc, you get silver. And it's always been, that's been a good thing and a bad thing. Because it's a byproduct, what is the unit cost of producing 1 ounce of silver? We don't know. It's an accounting entry. It depends on how the mining company looks at it.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to know the base price of silver. So that's one of the issues. But really, it's not. If you want to find where are you going to get more silver from? I don't know, because if you find a new source of silver, and there's not that many, probably takes about 10 years to go from mine to market. And so it's really difficult to see if this squeeze on silver physical demand really continues. It's difficult to see where the silver is going to come from, other than from households. Because certainly in India and globally, so many people keep silver tableware.
Yeah, they do.
Knives and forks
Yeah.
and cups and saucers and plates.
Yeah.
And you're a bit too young to remember this, Tim.
Thanks.
But when silver did the last iteration of what we're seeing today, when it went to $50 in 1980, in Hatton Garden, famous street in UK for jewellery, there were queues miles and miles long to take their silver into Johnson Matthey to get rid of their scrap, what they call scrap silver.
Selling your granny's old cutlery.
Yes, exactly.
No, I can picture it.
Yeah, so.
But I mean, I'm very aware of that. But there is a limited supply of that available.
There is,
if people turn around. But you're right, there isn't enough. There's one more thing I wanted to bring up, and it's from the article, from Ahmed bin Salem's article, and this is Dubai's role, how Dubai is positioning itself. And you're a friend of his. I know you're well connected with DMCC.
Yeah.
Here's what he said, and I thought it was really interesting. He said, in Dubai, DMCC has been working towards modernising silver's narrative through strategic foresight and digital innovation. And he pointed to the world record 1,971 kilo silver bar that was unveiled on National Day last year, 1971, 1,971 kilos. Not just a physical spectacle, not just because we get a Guinness World Record and there's marketing aspects behind that and everything else. He says it was a calculated signal to position Dubai at the heart of the trade.
Absolutely. It's exactly spot on. And because silver, in many ways, hasn't really had a home. Because of that byproduct situation, well, Ahmed knows silver has been my passion ever since I predicted the annual average price to descend. And so there was I don't know why I did that, but I managed to do it. But he agrees with my view that silver is much more useful and is really central to the global economy. And it has a history, really. I mean, we know 30 pieces of silver is often referred to.
Sure.
And so silver was the original money. And I actually think it's on the way back to certainly challenging gold's role as that as that source of value, because it's not only a precious metal, but it is that industrial metal. And for me, the combination of the two is the biggest plus and not the biggest minus.
Well, that's the winner to me.
That's the winner.
Yeah,
and
that
he's
makes a lot of
absolutely
sense.
right.
Yeah.
And Dubai is really positioning itself as the focal point. And after all, look at where we are in the world. We're in the middle of the world of global physical precious metals.
Yeah.
And I think it's quite amazing. The job that DMCC is doing, I'm a big fan because I was there at the creation of it. And so for me, I'm just delighted to be part of this kind of, we're making history. We're living history in Dubai at the moment in many ways, but particularly in gold and silver.
You do love your silver. I have noticed that. I got to be honest, I would have silver over gold any day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Last thing I wanted to bring up with you today was is it Thursday? It's your Thursday reports always have terminology of the day.
Yes.
And you did let the cat out of the bag last week and said, look, it's basically an A to Z and I'm filling space.
Yeah, it's a filler.
It's a filler. But the thing is, it's funny. You never know what's going to work and how it's going to work and why it's going to work. But your word last week was assay, the determination of the precious metal content of an alloy. I didn't know that, so I learned something then. Learned something this week as well, bullion.
Yeah.
Where this comes from, the generic word for gold and silver in like a bar, an ingot form, originally meant mint or melting place from the old French word bouillon, which means boiling. I didn't know that.
Yes.
I thought that was a stock cube until you put it into writing.
Oh dear. Well, there's a new one today, but we'll talk about that next week.
I'm saving these. I tell you.
I'm going to tell you what carrot means.
Oh, I like it.
But that's for next year.
If nothing else, Jeff Rhodes, you're adding to my vocabulary, and I thank you.
You're welcome.
Lovely to see you. Appreciate you coming in. Thank you. Jeff Rhodes, Principal Consultant at Rhodes Precious Metals, with us at Mira Business FM. News next.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 10:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Airfares from the UAE for the Eid al-Fitr holiday have nearly doubled compared with February levels as a travel demand surges for the short-term holiday, according to Gulf News. Return economy tickets for travel between the March 19th to 30th show steep increases on popular routes. Flights from Dubai to London are going to be around 4,075 dirhams compared with about 1,837 dirhams off season, while fares to Lisbon have reached roughly 4,674 dirhams and Osaka nearly 7,995 dirhams. Tickets to Almaty, Bangkok and Phuket are also significantly higher, reflecting strong demand for destinations across Europe, Asia and the CIS. According to the Emirates News Agency, His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, met with Swiss Confederation President Guy Parmelin on the sidelines of the India AI Impact Summit in New Delhi. The meeting highlighted Switzerland's interest in partnering with the UAE to host the 2027 AI Impact Summit in Geneva, reflecting strong bilateral ties in advancing the global artificial intelligence ecosystem and supporting further cooperation ahead of the UAE's hosting of the summit in 2028. Talks during the meeting also stressed the need for global collaboration on AI governance, frameworks to balance innovation with improved quality of life. And moving on, the UAE has ranked third worldwide in artificial intelligence adoption, with usage reaching 56% in 2025, according to a global study. Adoption surged from 10% in 2023 to 2027 in before doubling again last year, reflecting rapid uptake across the government, businesses, and consumers. AI app downloads climbed to over 6 million in 2025, up sharply from 1.1 million in 2023. Researchers link the momentum to early policy initiatives, including the National AI Strategy launched in 2017, while projections suggest that AI could contribute to $96 billion US, accounting for nearly 14% of GDP and one of the highest projected impacts globally, according to a report on Khalij Times. And now, a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $67,278 US, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 24.77 Indian rupees, 76.30 Pakistani rupees, 33.31 Bangladeshi taka, 15.83 Philippine peso, 12.95 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.93 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
It's the morning drive here at Mira Business FM with me, Tim Elliott. Next up, we're looking at the UAE freelance economy, networking, and more during Ramadan. That's next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
On the morning drive now, taking a closer look at the state of freelancing in the UAE, how it's evolving, how Ramadan impacts the workflow and the productivity, and what it really takes to build a sustainable, independent career here. So, to give it a little bit of context, the UAE has positioned itself as a regional hub for entrepreneurs, for creatives, for independent professionals. And what you have now are some flexible licensing options, and remote work is kind of becoming the norm. But how does freelancing actually function on the ground is the question, particularly during Ramadan, when working hours shift, business rhythms change, and, I guess to an extent, body clocks change as well for many people. So joining us this morning, a couple of industry professionals, one who is generally here most mornings, Faraj. Why am I calling you Fareed? Where did that come from? Faraj Rahman, who is known as Farajio. You may hear us talking about him. He's kind of behind the scenes, but front scenes today. Audio engineer by training and also tech producer. Nice to see you, Farajio.
Hello, everybody.
Also, JM Avellino is a freelance director who works across creative productions in the UAE. JM's with us as well. Good to meet you.
Nice meeting you. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here.
So look, let's start with the kinds of freelance things that you do. Get a feel of where you are in your industry. JM, let's start with you. What stuff are you up to at the moment?
As of the moment, I'm doing concert. I'm a concert director.
Yeah.
Just finished this year 2 concerts. Had it in World Trade Center.
Yeah.
And I think I have some few more, and expanding to the GCC area.
And because you started in short films, and then you're now, why concert work? Just the direction? You just got led down that path, or was it something you set out to do?
Concert directing. It's a more niche industry.
Sure.
It's comparing to some short film director or ads, advertising, and everything. It's more on a long-term job.
Right, okay.
Compared to short films or directing ads or directing. It's a long process compared to the short films or commercials.
Sure.
It took like 3-4 months project before it comes to reality.
Okay, so it's kind of the project basis. And I suppose there's more and more work available. There's no shortage of events, is there?
Exactly. There is more need for concert directors or event director compared to like doing short films, and plus the income is more steady compared to short film.
And as a freelancer, that's one of the keys. No, I can imagine. Farajio, you're here manning the desk at Mira Business FM most of the time, obviously. But I know you get involved in some of the things you do, sound projects, you do studio projects as well, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. I've done certain projects. I was also part of building a studio around Kite Beach. I don't know if I can say the name of the producer, actually the musician, also a producer.
Yeah, go on. Why not?
Yeah, Yo-Yo Honey Singh.
Okay.
Yeah. He's an Indian rapper. Mm-hmm. So I worked with him just to build basically a music studio.
Okay.
In his basement.
All right. So 2 people who work on a freelance basis here in Dubai. So reasonable kind of case studies, I suppose. Let me ask you, JM, I'll ask you first of all, how does freelance workflow typically change during Ramadan when you compare, the holy months to the rest of the year?
Technically, most of the projects are planned in advance. So technically, it doesn't really affect us on the month of the holy month of Ramadan. However, there are some few minor events that we cover during this month, and it's about more on a planned event, more on a planned community event than really into a bigger scope of.
So a lot less ad hoc work coming in.
Technically, yes.
Yeah, technically. So I guess that's just points to the slowdown, really. Do you think there is a real tangible slowdown? Is that really a thing in Ramadan? Do you think people are concentrating in other areas?
Technically, there is a slowdown because it's more on focused on the community event, like iftar or very specific event during the 40 days of the holy month of Ramadan.
Yeah.
But technically, all of the works are really planned ahead of time, so there is no. If you got the project already, it doesn't really have the slowdown. Maybe it's the hours, but technically the workflow itself is still
Okay. But more planned in advance.
yes.
Right, I've got you. Faraz, what about you? I know you have to put up with me most days here. But how do you find Ramadan from a freelance perspective?
So from a freelance perspective, so I'd say before August 4, when I joined in with Mira Business FM,
Yeah.
I was doing freelance stuff. And, before August 4th, of course, there was Ramadan came in, right?
Yeah.
So I was actually having a real hard time finding, gigs, especially to do with music because generally what we get right now nowadays is in Ramadan time is either to do with, basically, iftar or talking about, food and, cooking and whatnot. But the other thing is basically conferences, a lot of conferences, especially, in this region, because it has nothing to do with, music or whatever you would think of. So, yeah. So you'd usually get, so I've usually got, a couple of conferences. And that's the gist of it, to be honest.
So, I
But
mean,
nothing to do
sound
with music.
engineering is sound engineering, isn't it? Whether it's, that's what you were trained for, audio engineering.
Yeah, but of course, at the end of the day, it's all about money, right? And at the concert, you get paid the most because of the artist, the merchandising, and everything involved in it. Yeah.
Right, gotcha. Do you think payment cycles or maybe turnaround expectations are affected during Ramadan, JM?
Oh yeah. Let's be real. Payments are really a bit delayed because I think there's a process, bank processes as well. Bank hours are shifted a little bit shorter. Payments are a little bit delayed. So, but it's only like a month. It's I believe so. Our clients are really up to date when they're doing the payments, and it comes with payment terms. So if you fall on the month, maybe just a little bit of delay, maybe a week or two.
Okay. I mean, attention is diverted, isn't it, during Ramadan, I guess. On a broader level, I'm going to ask you both this, actually. JM, I'll start with you. How would you describe, and I know we're talking about very specific sectors, although your sectors kind of cross over, I think, in some ways. How would you describe the current freelance market in the UAE?
Oh, as of the moment, it's very competitive, but however, it's also expanding. Well, there are a lot of people who come into Dubai, especially to work as freelance from everywhere else, actually. Asians.
It's still relatively a new thing, isn't it? In terms of the licenses that you can now take when you come to the UAE.
Technically, yes. What's happening right now is people are more into freelancing here in the UAE. Plus, the rules of getting the licenses are a little bit easier compared before. That before you need to have a sponsor, you need to work with this certain company, but now it's the government is more easier to all the freelancers. There are a lot of hubs now that you can just pay to get your licenses and stuff, and you can have remote offices as well. If like me, I'm doing creatives. It's easier for me to work outside the four corners of the office. So
yeah. No, I can understand that. I mean, it's much easier. I mean, it seems like everybody's got a side hustle these days, and there are licenses that you can apply for that work ostensibly on a freelance basis, but they offer the opportunity to legalize your side hustle, which is important. Faraz, what about you? How do you see the current freelance market?
It's a lot more saturated now, isn't it? Like, especially as he mentioned, there are a lot more people coming in, so you have a lot of different backgrounds of basically ideation and also skill set. A person from a certain place, of course, probably is good at doing something. Like for example, Japanese directors, small-time directors, focus on film science a lot more than an average person would do. Like from here, let's say,
Okay.
unless they've studied all that stuff. So so you get a lot, and it's saturated too because like now there's like three different, because we use line arrays now. We're using professional technology with up-to-date industries, right? So to use a line array, you need a person who has enough experience in line arrays because they are not normal speakers. You need to learn the smart system, which is created by Shure to measure the speed of sound, for example. So, so there's a person who knows how to use a smart system. Then there's a person who knows how to place it properly, just the placement of the speaker. And then there's a person who draws out the whole map of how the sound is going to project. So you have three people just working on a single line array. Forget about the desk itself.
Yeah.
Or any kind of, or microphones, even. Just three people on one single, as people would see it in layman terms, is just a really giant L-shaped speaker. Not L-shaped, it's more like a Cheeto. I don't know how to describe the shape of a line array.
More like a Cheeto. There's the Instagram reel from this interview for you. But I see what you mean. So, more saturation. So, try and excel in your niche is the thing, isn't it? To stand out.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, for sure. So that's kind of the freelance market. Which industries do you think? I know you work in specific sectors, but, as freelancers, you meet other freelancers, you get to meet people, you have connections and contacts, etc. But JM, what industries in the UAE are offering maybe the best opportunities at the moment?
As of the moment, creative production, events, web hosting, stuff like that, and more on technical production. It's more in need here in the UAE.
Right.
Technically, I don't know. Building up concerts, you need to have your own team working on it.
Yep.
Although it's very competitive, that we have this set of like concert directors as well, technical people, but still, I think UAE needs more people to work on that area.
And there's more and more demand, more and more
Yes.
going on, more and more happening.
Oh yeah, there's too many concerts happening in a year, and every weekend there is a lot of concert, local, international, community-based, like Filipinos, Indians, and other nationalities. So there is really a demand, actually. Plus, there are events coming on. There are some small events, corporate events. So technically, there is a demand. However, there are few that we still need more people who are technically aligned to the industry, that they know what they're really doing, because this job is not just an overnight job that tomorrow you can work on it.
You see, that's interesting because, if you have expertise in something and you decide you want to work for yourself, you can now go and take a freelance license. That's great. And there are lots of people that are really good at doing what they do. There are also lots of people who take a freelance license and maybe aren't as good at what they do.
Yes, there are a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Promises you to deliver, but at the end of the day, you don't get the results properly.
Yeah.
And you can actually background check the ability of the person or his experience based on the technical terms that he's using, what past jobs he worked with, who he have worked with, what are the events that has he produced. So technically, those are the basis for those people who. There are a lot of people who wants to be in this industry, but technically, it requires you to work. You need to have the experience to really work.
Can you do
for
it? Can you cut it in a professional environment? Is the key, isn't it? And that's the key to succeeding, I suppose. It leads me to the competition question, really, because if we've got more and more people coming in, there is more and more opportunity. That's naturally going to mean more competition, more freelancers, lots of remote professionals coming in because it is easier.
Yep.
How is competition?
Technically, I don't find it really there is a competition in our industry.
Is that just because you're really good at it?
I don't know. Humility aside, or I think so. Yeah.
No, you see that, but that's a very fair thing because you need to believe in yourself if you're a freelancer that little bit more, don't you? You've got to have that extra confidence.
Yes. Actually, it requires you to be confident in what you're doing and you believe in what you do. It always comes with learning as well. It's not an overnight thing. You need to have a really huge experience of doing this, and you get the B to really do it. Because at the end of the day, you are handling several people. You have your floor directors, light director. You have your technical people. You have production. You have creatives. You have your marketing team. Huge work. And if you don't know what you're really doing, at the end of the day, it's nothing.
I see what you mean. We've got just a few minutes left, and I really wanted to ask you. Freelancing is a thing where you're going out on your own. Very often, it's just you doing it. So there's a great deal more to think about. I mean, you don't have the backup of a corporate or a business or a firm or a team behind you. So there's that much more on your mind, and then you're dealing with bureaucratic aspects, the administrative aspects, the accounting aspects as well. So you've got to be kind of a jack of all trades. So it's daunting, I think, for a lot of people. Rewarding, but there's always that paradigm of risk and reward, isn't there?
Yes.
So I was going to ask you for advice. If you come to the UAE, you need to build up connections. You've got to be aware of that. But if you do jump in, what advice would you give someone considering a freelance path?
My advice is you need to take a lot of heart to do freelancing.
Okay.
It's at first I do have you need to be resilient as well.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you need to do good. You need to work on your work ethics. You really need to work on your craft, and you need to study hard. It's not an overnight thing. Doing freelancing requires you a lot of experience as well. You need to be really good in what you're doing. Maybe to thrive and to really work on the bigger scale, you really need to invest on yourself.
Yeah. There's also, I always think, look, I'm freelance for a long, long time, and I always think there's kind of a mindset shift you have to go through. You got to take the responsibility. I'm not saying that there's anything particularly difficult about it, but resilient was a word there that you used, and I think that's key. That's really important. You got to be able to take the knocks, really.
Yes, at the end of the day, you take all the heart to do it, because especially on this job, you deal with many and several people every day to work with. You have your producers, you have your line staff, everything, even your creative staff. You need to be tough. You know where to go on top or when to go down.
And you got to learn to multitask as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of important. Just a quick word from Faraj before we go to the news. Would you agree with JM?
I agree with everything he said, because, people come around and teach you self-love, but self-love can only come from you actually honing your skill and becoming the sharpest tool in the shed and actually cutting through everything. That's how you get noticed.
All right, then. That's our freelance conversation this morning. Faraj Rahman is the man otherwise known as Faragio. In the studios of Mira Business FM, but also a freelancer as well. Thanks for your contributions, Faragio. And JM Avellino is a concert director. How do I describe you? What's the best way to describe you?
Concert director, overall concert director, producer,
freelance director, producer, you name it, he'll never go. I appreciate it. Good to meet you. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you so much, Tim. Have a great day.
Really good to have you. This is Mira Business FM, and the news is next.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 11 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The UAE has ranked third worldwide in artificial intelligence adoption, with usage reaching 56% in 2025, according to a global study. Adoption surged from 10% in 2023 to 27% in 2024, before doubling again last year, reflecting a rapid uptake across the government, businesses, and consumers. AI app downloads climbed to over 6 million in 2025, up sharply from 1.1 million in 2023. Researchers link the momentum to early policy initiatives, including the National AI Strategy launched in 2017, while projections suggest AI could contribute up to $96 billion, accounting for nearly 14% of GDP and one of the highest projected impacts globally, according to Khaleej Times. Fares from the UAE for the Eid al-Fitr holiday have nearly doubled compared with February levels as travel demand surges for the short break. Gulf News says return economy tickets for travel between the 19th of March to the 30th show steep increases on popular routes. Flights from Dubai to London are around 4,075 dirhams, compared with about 1,837 dirhams off-season, while fares to Lisbon have reached roughly 4,674 dirhams and Osaka nearly 7,995 dirhams. Tickets to Almaty, Bangkok, and Phuket are also significantly higher, reflecting strong demand for destinations across Europe, Asia, and the CIS. Global stock markets are presenting fresh opportunities for investors, with analysts urging diversification across regions and sectors. A recent shakeout in U.S. technology shares and ongoing geopolitical uncertainty highlight the risks of concentrating investments in one area. Experts say spreading holdings across global markets can help reduce losses during downturns and smooth returns. Markets in countries such as Spain, Canada, and Japan have shown strong momentum in early 2026, reinforcing the case for balanced portfolios that mix sectors like healthcare, consumer goods, and materials alongside high-growth assets, according to another report on Khaleej Times. That's news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM, and time for another edition of Luxury Breaks next, which is our weekly automotive segment. Jacek Ziemek will be here from X Motors in a few moments. Plus, it'll be available on your favourite podcast platforms. That's next at Mira Business FM.
Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's Mira Business FM. Jacek Ziemek from X Motors is back. This is another edition of Luxury Breaks from Mira Business FM. Supercars, hypercars, more. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Hi, Tim.
Looking well, smelling good, it has to be said. The air is heavy with cologne this morning. There's a lot of testosterone in this room. I don't know if that's a thing. Anyway, doesn't matter. You know, you sent me a text earlier this week, Jacek, and I think it's a really interesting discussion because we talk often about Chinese cars because Chinese cars are everywhere these days.
Yeah,
and, you know,
all the brands. I think the important Chinese brands are presently here.
They are. There are huge numbers of Chinese cars. They're winning the price war. People like them. They're big SUVs. You carry families. Some of them look very cool, I think. So they're everywhere. However, I know you're not overly enthusiastic about Chinese vehicles. Let's put it that way. You have some reservations, and you've been talking to a customer. Am I right? Lives in the US, but has roots in Taiwan and family in Taiwan. Tell us the story first of all.
The story is, he said that China is not showing their real face.
Okay.
They are the government is pushing the companies to approach all the markets and flow them by the cars, all the products. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they have to do it. There is no choice. It's well known. Okay.
Yeah.
But also there is a difference in trade that's good. Maybe we should not consider him as a proper source because he's from US and his wife is from Taiwan. So they don't like China, so they can act in a different way. But there
may be another motive there because there is that situation, that imbalance.
China, US is selling to China goods worth around $800 billion, right?
Okay.
Annual.
Mm-hmm.
In return, nothing is coming in this value, okay?
Mm-hmm.
As much. Mm. So, he said there is another way because this money is coming back to United States because the Chinese people and companies are buying the real estate plots and businesses there. Okay. But this is not, it's not shown in the statistics.
Yeah, it's not accounted for.
Otherwise, we should have a very weak dollar and a strong yuan, right?
Yeah.
But it means it's not only the automotive is one of the brands which is affected in this way.
Mm.
Of course, like you said, we have all the brands here in the UAE. Okay, we'll see for how long. Okay, it will be success for the while or long term.
That's an interesting point. I mean, that we need time to see that, but we are now starting to see. We've another story to talk about this morning of an Audi corporation in China for the Chinese market, maybe for the international market. We'll talk about that story later. But the other thing is the opinion of your friend, I think, who seems to back up one of the ideas that you put forward, that there's a lack of innovation and there's more. It's a kind of cut and paste, copy and paste kind of way.
Copy paste, it's a one thing, but some things cannot be copy paste. Like we discussed a few weeks ago about the transmissions powertrain.
Mm.
Okay, so you have to a proper R&D. Otherwise, you cannot exchange it by the copy paste.
Well, you can't move forward unless you have research and development. That's the point.
In a simple way,
you can copy a particular powertrain.
You can try to make a reverse engineering, right?
Yeah.
But
I get
you can stop in a moment when you face some issues. You don't have a proper R&D to make step forward.
Yeah. You see, I think there's a perception with China. When I grew up, and I grew up in the 70s and 80s, really. If I saw something that said "Made in China," there was always a question over quality, because that was the real build up of Chinese manufacturing at that point. And I think it's fair to say there was a lot of low quality low-grade quality
It
stuff
was.
coming out of China. That was the case, perhaps. Maybe a lack of originality at that point. Maybe that's kind of the situation with cars until more recently. But I think that's changed. I really think that's changed.
Of course.
Yeah, that would be my first
Apple,
argument.
Sony are manufacturing their goods in China, right?
Yeah.
Of course, now they're moving because of the different politic situation, right?
Yeah.
They're moving to India, but still, you have a high quality goods from China, for sure.
Yeah, well, you do, and if you look
But
at
I think it's more simplified in a way of electronic things than automotive. Because you have in automotive, you have a mechanics and also electronics, right?
That's true, and that's a good point. But I think what we're seeing at the moment is this move. I think innovation is much faster than it was. I think software integration, for obvious reasons, because there is a heavy background in software integration, that is much better than it was. And I think that development cycles seem to be much faster. Now, the reasons for that, you can argue, but they're certainly faster than Western counterparts.
It looks like.
Argue.
It looks like.
It certainly seems that way. So, I think to an extent, kind of bashing Chinese cars, maybe it has historically been, maybe there was a lot of copy-paste, a lot of cut and paste, a lot of copying going on.
Well, there's a specific marketing strategy.
Less so now.
See, they're trying to be more than European cars are. In a meaning of design, right? But I don't think so. Under the hood is the same still.
Well,
you have a nice interior. You have a lot of screens, which make it looks like a modern and highly sophisticated technology device, right?
Yeah.
But it's only
all the bells and whistles, all the innovations.
But nothing behind.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'm also in the spare part business, so it's not my part of the industry. Okay, but I know that they are using the solutions from the Japanese and Korean suspensions from the 90s. Even you cannot feel it if you're driving 60 in a city. It doesn't matter, right? But if you'll try to ride this car on a highway, 120, 140, 150, and maybe you will need to stop or make a just sudden move.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, okay. There's an argument there. I mean, it's a line between, what could be a really smart feature or just a distraction.
This is also important, not about the Chinese cars, but to take a closer look at the brand new Nissan Patrol here on the market, right? Take a closer look at the brakes. That's why that's one of the reasons that this car doesn't have a homologation for the other markets, because here in the Middle East you don't drive fast. You cannot get a homologation for this car for Germany when you have some part of the highways without a speed limit.
Okay.
You have a 3.5 ton huge car without the proper brakes. For
speed, you mean?
Yeah.
I mean, as a 4x4 for desert driving, the Nissan Patrol.
At the end of the story, there is a profit, right? There is a profit. So if you can do it, you'll do it.
All right then. So let's look at the speed at which Chinese manufacturers can release new cars. What's the industry standard seems to be something like 4 years to integrate a new model. That's generally accepted, right? Yeah. 4 years is around the time. For Chinese cars, it seems to be about 1.5. It's so much faster to get to market.
Let's move to another industry.
Okay.
Aviation.
Okay.
They're trying to do a proper flying, reliable airplane for civil communication, right?
Yeah.
What's the problem? The engine. You cannot match the Rolls-Royce or Pratt & Whitney solutions.
Okay.
So I think it's a long way. Maybe within 5, maybe 10 years, they will be able to do it. In the same, but not so huge way, you have a situation in the automotive industry. They have to learn. They cannot copy and paste. If they short the time they need to develop the new solution, it will fail for sure. It's like you have two guys, right? One of them has a knowledge, another has an experience. Which one is better?
But this is the thing, isn't it? Knowledge trumps everything. I get you. But, you know, the simple fact is things are much faster. And in a world that moves at the pace that the world moves now, there is room for that. And I agree with you, because I wonder about the risks that there are to safety when cycles are that much faster. You know, long-term quality assurance. That's a question that hangs, I think.
Yeah.
Traditional automakers, long-standing safety and testing protocols. Okay, so how do legacy brands keep up with fast-paced innovation without compromising reliability?
I think the European brands are aiming to the different target of the customers. They know they will lose for the cheap automotive solutions. That's why even the Mercedes cutting off the lowest models, aiming to the S-Class, Maybach, G-Class, this course. They give us also the field for competition on their market with Audi, Porsche, and BMW, but they don't need to compete with Chinese brands. That's the only solution for them. The problem is with the low market brands from Europe, like you have a Renault, Peugeot.
Yeah,
they have a serious problem. Fiat.
Well, see, I'm wondering about this, because if you've got Chinese Chinese vehicles, let's just say, if they've got great software and they've got great features and they look good and the price point is lower, how much does brand heritage, the legacy brand, the strength of it, how much does that help you?
I wouldn't be so optimistic in all those advantages you said. Good looking, okay.
But for most people,
Okay, but the software. What about the software? What's the main advantage of Tesla? The software.
Yeah. Well, see, we've had this discussion before about Chinese software. I said to you, I bought an Honor tablet a while ago, which actually I'm going to negate I've not used as much recently because I've gone back to a laptop, but it's really, really good, and I was really impressed. And a couple of people had warned me off the software.
Have you heard that they want to skip the Android Auto and CarPlay in Chinese cars?
To go straight with Huawei and other developers. Yeah,
it's a bit ridiculous.
But for international markets, how much would you do that? You to send Chinese cars to the American market, for example, and you don't offer an Android connection or Apple CarPlay, whatever it's called. That's not going to work. You're going to have to do it. It's going to have to go back.
Even Tesla now jumping into this sandbox with the Apple.
Yeah. But it's what you have to do to survive.
You can add additional options, but you should not skip the most popular ones.
What about batteries? Because Chinese manufacturers of battery tech are starting to move to solid-state batteries, sodium-ion batteries, more reliable batteries. They have control
over
much of it.
What means reliable?
In terms of you can charge them reliably and they last for longer.
You can charge them faster.
Faster and perhaps longer.
They last longer.
Yeah.
But doesn't mean they are reliable.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that they're not. That's the point, isn't it? The tech is getting better and better. China have control of lots of the raw material supply chain as well.
Okay.
So, potentially that means that the tech is going to be slightly cheaper over time.
Did you ever think that's the kind of propaganda?
Some of it might be, but there is certainly some truth to it as well.
Don't you
Not
think
everything's a conspiracy theory.
The rest of the world would leave it as is?
I go back to my tablet argument again. I have a battery in there that I have yet to run down, and I never charge the thing, but it's really impressive. Whereas my Smartphone, yeah, still not the case. Maybe I use it a bit more. I give you that, but it's very easy for us to be like, oh, Chinese brand's not as good. But my experience is a bit more positive.
They're doing many small inventions which are good for the many industries.
Right.
But overall, it's too early, in my opinion.
Okay. That's fair.
It will happen. It will happen for sure, but not now.
Not at the moment. But so you would be quite positive going forward a few years. In future, you see a place.
My friend went to one of the most popular brands here because his wife asked him to buy Defender looking like car, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He started the car, he did the test drive and asked her, honey, do you want another lawn mower in our house?
Okay.
It's there is no engine, there is no real quality, there is no proper handling on the road. Of course, he's a guy who's using the serious cars, right?
Mm.
He has a daily Lamborghini also, so he can appreciate a proper handling. Maybe it's not a good idea to follow his advices, but he says true.
You see, I would argue in that case that I probably wouldn't notice because I'm not a daily Lamborghini driver.
Okay.
If I was to get into that particular car, I'd be similar. I'd be like, oh, this looks good, drives okay. I'm not sure I would know the difference.
I'm not talking about the driving Lamborghini like for show off, right?
I don't mean that.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm not that much of a car guy. So if you said to me, right, you try that and put that next to, X different models, I'm not sure I can tell the difference.
I'm doing such a kind of experiments with my wife.
Okay.
She's obsessed about the driving. She loves to drive.
Yeah.
And for example, we were going somewhere, and I told her, okay, I'll bring I bring our car back home. So bring this car and park it nearby. Okay, no problem. It was Audi, as far as I remember, RS7. Okay.
Okay.
I asked her, how was the car? It's amazing. Why? It's amazing. The reaction, the brakes, everything. You know what's the price? Doesn't matter. It drives.
Okay.
Okay. So it's like I'm giving you to taste kind of dish.
Mm.
I'm not telling you what it is. Then I'm asking you about the opinion. Then I'm trying to explain why it's so good.
Mm.
Not because it costs 2 million. It's good. No.
Yeah, well, that's the ultimate way to test something, isn't it? Without knowing the price, then you understand the value.
Yeah.
Rather than the price.
Yeah.
No, that makes some sense. We're nearly out of time, unfortunately. I wanted to bring something else to you. I always like having backwards and forwards. But this is interesting, and I know you've seen this story, all about electric cars from China at the moment, and we're going the other way. There's the new Audi E7X is about to debut. Now,
Which looks like a Chinese car.
Looks like a Chinese car.
It's like a Chinese car with an Audi brand.
It is, but it's not even the Audi brand, is it?
Yeah.
Because the four rings are not there. It's Audi. Even the brand is different because it's for the Chinese market. Maybe in the long run it could be
maybe it is
other markets.
Just a slightly modified Chinese car with the Audi brand taken just to speed up the sales.
It's a collaboration with SAIC, so it's like a sister brand. So German engineering, Chinese tech, really, and it's their second car.
I've heard about similar situation with the Volkswagen, so I think it's a next step because it's the same concern.
Yeah, well, exactly. Taking the car brands the other way, I suppose, and I suppose that means they're going to come back the other way again, if you like. But this is a new SUV. It's big. Great big car, should have some good legroom. 230 kilometers an hour, two different engines, either twin or single electric engine. Good charging, powerful. 320 kilometers in just 10 minutes of charging, they say, and 600 or something. And inside
800 volts installation.
800 volts installation, exactly right. 27-inch 4K screen inside. I knew that would make you laugh. Covers a huge amount of the dashboard. That just stood out to me. But it's interesting, isn't it? That Audi are going the other way.
I told you after when my car is in the garage now, I'm using the analog course still,
Yeah.
and they have analog gauges.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
I'm trying to forget about the screens.
Yeah, I'm a gauge guy. But look, I'm driving around in an old Jeep that bits fall off it when you go around a corner, so I'm not the guy to talk to. Do you know, Yacik Ziemek is from X Motors here in Dubai. Hypercars, supercars, and a lot more. You are what I would call a petrol head. And that's a compliment as well.
Thank you.
Very nice to see you. Appreciate you coming
Thank you.
in. That's another edition of Luxury Breaks, which will be podcast, and it will be across whatever platform you get your podcast from very soon. That is the morning drive. The news is coming up.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
Good morning, it's 11:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, met with Swiss Federation President Guy Parmelin on the sidelines of the India AI Impact Summit in New Delhi. The meeting highlighted Switzerland's interest in partnering with the UAE to host the 2027 AI Impact Summit in Geneva, reflecting strong bilateral ties in advancing the global artificial intelligence ecosystem and supporting further cooperation ahead of the UAE's hosting of the summit in 2028. Talks during the meeting also stressed the need for global collaboration on AI governance frameworks to balance innovation with improved quality of life, according to a report on Emirates news agency WAM. Moving on, Amazon has surpassed Walmart to become world's largest company by annual revenue, reporting around $717 billion for 2025. Walmart's revenue for the same period was $713 billion, ending its 13-year run at the top. Amazon's growth was driven by e-commerce, cloud computing, and advertising, while Walmart continues to expand its retail and the online presence. Analysts say this marks a shift in global business powered toward tech-driven companies, according to a report on CNBC. And more news here says that global stock markets are presenting fresh opportunities for investors, with analysts urging diversification across regions and sectors. A recent shakeout in U.S. technology shares and ongoing geopolitical uncertainty highlights the risks of concentrating investments in one area. Experts say that spreading holdings across the global markets can help reduce losses during downtowns and also smooth returns. Markets in countries such as Spain, Canada, and Japan have shown momentum in early 26, reinforcing the case for balanced portfolios that mix sectors like healthcare, consumer goods, and materials alongside the high-growth assets. And now a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $67,912, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 24.77 Indian rupees, 76.30 Pakistani rupees, 33.31 Bangladeshi taka, 15.83 Philippine peso, 12.95 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound equals to 4.93 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on X and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. More news. Sahar's going to be back at 9 o'clock this morning. And we have a number of discussions to enjoy today. But I did want to make just a quick reminder that we've a new show that's just started here at Mira Business FM as well. It's called Crossroads. It's in collaboration, or as the kids say, it's a collab with Middlesex University. It's presented by Dr. David Tully, who is a professor of media there, and Dima Magalse as well, who's also from Middlesex. It's all about the business of entertainment and media, and quite a lot more as well. Every Friday at 1 to 2, and wherever you find your podcasts. And the first edition is up online as well. It's AI and recruitment that we turn our attention to now. From the 1st of January this year, Abu Dhabi government implemented a new human resources law, and it's designed to modernise public sector employment by embedding a merit-based hiring, performance-driven advancement, and competitive benefits across more than 25,000 roles. It moves away from traditional kind of tenure-based systems towards capability, results, and excellence. That's what we are hearing. Now, the reforms also include accelerated promotion pathways for high achievers, enhanced parental and flexible work benefits, and clear career progression tied to performance. Now, how is this going to work? How does it link with the real-world challenge of matching talent with opportunity? And how can AI help as well? Dr. Ali Raza is a professor of computing and AI. He's the founder of ByteSpark.ae, which is a UAE-built recruitment platform. And he's in the studio with me, and it's great to see you, Dr. Ali.
Same here. Thank you very much for having me. Great to be with you.
Appreciate you coming in. So, as I've said, I've kind of outlined where we are and what we wanted to talk about today. But as of the 1st of January, a new merit-based HR law in Abu Dhabi, in the public sector, shifts hiring and advancement towards performance and capability. First question, really, what's prompted the reform, and also what does it aim to achieve?
So I think the reform, the policy that they have is actually a very good one, because when I have been working with students over the 10 years that I've been here as a professor, what I've heard a lot is, I don't understand why that person ended up getting the job, right? I think I'm way better than that person. Or, you know, I'm not happy with working in this organization because a person that is not really pulling their weight is actually getting promoted, right?
So these are things you hear a great deal, aren't
you
they?
hear a lot about them.
Yeah.
So I think there is a lot of disengagement that actually comes with that, with your employees, with your talented merit-based talent that you actually have in your organization. If they do not see that the real currency of progression is your hard work, your performance, and your capability, and others are able to actually move forward just because of their proximity to who they know, right, and who they can actually spend time with, that is something that leads to a lot of quiet quitting, right? So I think this policy is something that is definitely going to help in making sure that people do not get demotivated in the place that they work, and they actually begin to realize that yes, the true currency of progression is hard work and dedication.
Quiet quitting is a great phrase, by the way. I haven't heard that for years. That is good to hear that back. But it's very easy, isn't it, I guess? And this is not a problem that's particular to the UAE. This is wherever you go, any country on earth, I suppose. Sometimes people are preferred for reasons other than that they're great for the jobs. It's very easy to see why people feel disenfranchised or disillusioned.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think you're absolutely right. This is something that I've worked in many different parts of the world in my time. And I've seen that, you will have different types of cultures, you have different types of human biases that come in. You may rub somebody off the wrong way, but actually you're performing very well, right? Somebody may feel threatened by you in the organization. So it's something that is, I think it's just part of being human, right? And if we can bring in the capabilities that allow us to be able to identify these kind of signals in organizations and be able to root them out, I think that's something that really you could say AI is doing its job.
You could. It sounds like it should be very simple. Of course, it isn't as simple, but we'll try and analyze some of the reasons. How might this change or perhaps influence the private sector in terms of talent strategies as well, do you think?
Well, I think once the governments start to see the value of this and they are able to set the benchmark, then what I see is the governments can actually start to mandate these kind of capabilities, right? You could actually start to see a great shift towards merit-based hiring if companies are told that any hiring that you do, you have to be compliant, right? The approach that you use for hiring or for recruitment or for internal promotion is something that has to be explainable, right? It's something that can be audited. It is not just the whim of one person, right? There are proper ways of, or rubrics that are used to evaluate a person's work, and those are not being evaluated purely based on a human being's view, right? And I've actually developed some of these capabilities in the past, and in places where I've worked, and after I've left, I still hear back from them saying, you know what, that thing you developed for us is really helping us after you left. So I think it's the power of AI can definitely help overcome some of these issues that people have in organizations.
AI is also dispassionate as well.
Yeah, so it
tells you it's just how it is. It's just the truth.
Exactly, it's going to actually look at the evidence, right? And if the evidence is very clearly provided and the rubrics are very clearly defined, and in the rubrics there is no room for bias, right? So there has to be a little bit of governance on the rubrics that are defined. Then you know that the output of that is going to be something that is going to be actually evidence-based.
Let's look at AI in a little bit more detail then. It's increasingly important in recruitment terms. How can AI companies, if you like, implement merit-based hiring effectively? For example, in skills assessment or matching candidates, the right candidates to the right role.
Right. So I think what AI, from my experience, what I've seen is the kind of AI models that we have more knowledge than any human being, right?
They have more access to knowledge.
They have more access to knowledge, and those models have been built and trained on, you could say, billions of tokens. So they have more information than any single human being would have. So where it really helps companies is if you have a person that is helping you with recruitment, you don't have to worry about the fact that does this person have the domain expertise to be able to hire for that role? Does this person have the experience that is required to hire for that role? Because you know that you've provided that AI assistance to the person that can help them in making sure that if a CV comes through and that CV happens to be the right fit, it will not be missed, right? So in a lot of examples that I've seen over the last 3 years since I got into recruitment is people are being rejected just because the brand or the companies that they worked for is not a brand that is local to this region, right? Okay. So the recruiter has heard of certain brands they see in the shopping, when they go shopping. But if there is a brand that this person has worked for that is maybe in the UK or the US that they've never heard of, they're not familiar with, they'll say, well, this person doesn't have the right experience, so they'll reject the CV. But then the power of AI then tells you that, hold on, this brand is actually the same as the one that you're looking for. So these are examples, and I think another very good example that I've seen is AI for any organization will be able to help you identify the signals that are there in the CV. So as an example, I remember there was a role where I had shortlisted a candidate for a particular client. I sent the candidate, it was for a senior brand marketing manager. When I sent the CV, they did a Control F on their laptop, right? And they were looking for a keyword, which was pricing strategy. They came back to me and said, oh, I don't know why you've shortlisted this candidate. He doesn't know anything about pricing strategy and stuff like that. I went back to the AI report, I forwarded it to them, and what it said is that this person has worked as a brand marketing manager for 5 years. He's worked as a senior brand marketing manager for the last 3 years. Pricing strategy is an essential component of brand marketing, right? And this is something that I infer this person would have. That's why it gave a score of 5 out of 10, because he didn't mention it, but the signal was there. And it is something that you should talk to the candidate about in the actual interview. This was the report that came from the AI, the output from AI. And when they actually spoke to the person, he happened to be one of the best candidates that they actually had interviewed, right? So again, I think to be able to do this using AI, it's really going to help organizations be able to identify that needle in the haystack. But to be able to do this at scale with consistency, you cannot do it relying on human capability. It's beyond human capability.
Oh no, it's very clear you can't. I mean, so AI is going to help people, help for people not to be missed,
Yeah.
but also for those hiring to not miss the important points as well. So this it's
Absolutely.
all about including the necessary information, the necessary research.
I mean, if you look at a job description today, right, and you give a job description that has come from a hiring manager, they would want a candidate from God, right? I call it a can frog, right? A candidate from God means that only God can create this person.
For
Now,
sure, it's the ideal, isn't it?
The ideal person. Now, the recruiter has to go through that job description, identify what are the key things the hiring manager is looking for, and then go through all these CVs and maintain that mental map and memory, right? Which even machines can't do today, right? The amount of RAM you need in a computer, you're expecting that from a human being. So what they would be doing is being very subjective in their evaluation. But with the AI capabilities we have today, we can do this very objectively and make sure that for every individual student, I keep mixing student and candidates, for every individual candidate that actually applies, you're not fatigued. And that is actually something that happened to me as a professor, and when I started building these capabilities about 10 years ago.
It seems kind of natural that AI should be part of this process because it is objective, it's dispassionate, it has no inherent biases aside from whatever nonsense somebody's put on the internet somewhere. But it seems to be that it is. You can really take a step back almost with if you rely on AI in recruitment terms. I was just thinking there, listening to you. What you're a professor. You've worked with students for years. You've lectured. What made you launch BiteSpark? What was it?
Well, actually, it was because I worked in the industry for about 15 years, and when I wanted to hire new fresh graduates, I realized that there was not, I couldn't find students who had just graduated who could hit the ground running. So I decided to move into academia, spent 10 years there, and sort of brought in a lot of that industry learning into the classroom. But then when my students started coming back to me and saying, look, I can't find a job. And I'm thinking to myself, hold on, I have given you guys projects to work on with me. I had students at the age of 19 building 5G networks using a Raspberry Pi. And you guys can't get jobs? How can that be? So I started to talk to hiring managers, people in HR, talent acquisition, just to try to understand what exactly is going on. How do you guys, recruit? And that's when it really started to hit me, when I saw things in practice. So there was one lady, wonderful lady, I can't mention her name, but she had 700 CVs come in from LinkedIn. And I asked her, I said, right, so what are you going to do with this? And she said, well, I'm going to pick up 20. I said, how are you going to pick up those 20? Because, as a professor, we're thinking algorithms all the time, right? So what is going to be that selection criteria? She goes, well, I'm just going to go randomly to pick up 20. I said, what?
Randomly?
Randomly. And I said, okay, then what are you going to do? She goes, well, I'm going to go through them and I'll make sure one of them fits. I said, but what if the person is not the right fit? She goes, no. She goes, I have 10 years of experience in recruitment. I know what I'm doing. I know how to make the candidate fit. And that's when I realized that actually she's going to take a round peg and force it down a square hole. And my student might be candidate number 501, right? Which she's probably never going to get to, right? And that's really when I realized that, okay, if I really want to help my own students and the younger generation and people generally in the job market, then maybe some of the AI models that I'd been using to evaluate my own students, I could bring them into the world of recruitment. So I decided to retire from academia, and the first job I got was to find my own replacement. So when I went to Google Drive and I saw 500 CVs, I was like, it's going to be the same problem. I'm going to get fatigued after looking at 5 or 10. Sure. I'm going to be very, very rigorous on the first 10 CVs I look at. I'm going to look for everything in the first 10. But by the time I reach to the second 10 batch, the human fatigue is going to kick in. I'm going to start becoming a little bit more lenient. Same as what I used to do when I was marking the reports, right? So that's when I said, you know what, instead of spending 2-3 hours looking at these CVs, why don't I actually write the code, move the model into this new environment? It took me, I think, 18 hours to do that, not 3-4 hours. But eventually, it gave me 3 CVs. And when I read them, it was like I'm reading a different version of my own profile. And I handed those in, and 2 of those people got hired as a replacement, right? So that gave me the encouragement to say that, you know what, we can build this and we can actually bring this. And again, for me, it was really good because this was stuff that was R&D here in the UAE. And this is probably one of the countries where you need it, because when you post a job, you're going to get 1,000 CVs come in. They don't read the JDs.
No, we hear this from recruiters all the time. One particular guest, David McKenzie, who runs McKenzie Jones, this is a very familiar complaint of his.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible.
Yeah. Too many relevant CVs coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get a little bit more technical. I'm interested in, you say it took you 18 hours to write the original code there rather than maybe the 3 or 4 that you expected. How do you approach these problems differently rather than the traditional hiring tools in technical terms? Can you outline how it works a little bit?
So the way it works is when a job description is created by hiring manager, we have 7 different AI models that are all working in concert with each other. The first model is actually called rubrics, which actually comes up with an evaluation criteria, the rubrics really, to be able to evaluate that candidate. We then make sure that the hiring manager agrees that, yes, these are the key things I'm looking for. Even if the JD is 3 pages long, these are essentially the capabilities I'm looking for. We then use the AI model to then apply weights to this, and then we create a very succinct job description, which I know people will read. We then create screening questions to make sure that we're reminding the person that these are the things we're looking for. So suddenly now, those 1,000 applications comes down to about 200, right? Because people now, even if they just look at the job title, they look at the JD, or they ignore the JD, they go straight in, they will be asked those screening questions. So that helps us a lot in terms of getting in relevant candidates. You still get a lot that just say yes to everything. The second thing that happens is really where we found a big gap in the recruitment market, is getting the actual intelligence from the CV, right? So we built your traditional AI ML models that are able to actually read a CV and get the information out of the CV with a very high level of accuracy. So that means that what goes into our AI models is no longer garbage. Before, what was happening was a lot of the systems that parse CVs actually are not parsing the CVs correctly. And the first experience I had of that was after I retired, I said, you know what, I need to bootstrap this business. Let me at least apply for a job, have something to do on the side. I applied for a job in Google. They were looking for somebody to do some kind of training.
Right.
I put in my CV, and on the very next page, it actually showed me that I have done 16 different jobs in my life, and the very first job I had was when I was born, the year I was born. And I was like, there's your problem. If a big company like Google, on their systems that are ingesting the CVs, are not able to parse the information with accuracy, that's where the problem is. The second problem, or maybe the third problem we saw in the industry, is that a lot of the platforms that are out there are trying to match candidates for a role based on the keywords, right? So as an example for me, and the example I gave earlier as well, is a person may not have put pricing strategy as a keyword or a phrase in their CV, but the person has the capability, right? In the tech world, we have something that is basically called containerization, right? In containerization, we have one technology called Docker containerization. We have one called Kubernetes. So a candidate, hiring or a recruitment person might be told by the hiring manager that I'm looking for somebody that has experience in containerization. But the poor candidate has put the word Docker or Kubernetes. So that's going to be rejected. So that is where we began to realize that actually, you know what, this is one of the inherent problems that is there, is we're still using very old archaic capabilities, which is using keyword matching. If the frequency of the right keyword is there, it's going to work. And obviously, we've been challenged a lot. So we did one example with a company where they had an ATS platform, where a CV came in, and people were ranked. But there was a guy who I think got a high score, and he had only worked for 1 year, right? On our platform, he got a score of 0. On their platform, he got a score of 8 or 80% match. Now, when we went through the CV, what we saw is, because we were looking for program management, right? His CV actually had program manager written so many times, because I meet the program manager every week. I give the program manager report once, I discuss the report with the program manager. So the poor guy had written program manager so many times, the system picked him up as a very good match. But in actual fact, he doesn't know anything about program management.
Yeah.
Right? So I think a lot of people are beginning to realize that yes, the keyword frequency matching capabilities are actually quite old, archaic. I actually just on the weekend published a report on LinkedIn and on our website as well, where we've actually shown that candidates who have scored with us and have been hired, scoring 9 out of 10 on the same keyword matching algorithms, they're available, we implemented them in our system just to see side by side. A person scoring 9 out of 10 on the keyword matching is scoring 3 out of 10. Imagine that. And a person who on the system scores maybe 1 out of 10 because of keywords is scoring 7 out of 10. So we don't worry about that part, but I'm thinking about, imagine the amount of merit-based people that are out there that are actually getting missed by these systems. That is where the problem is.
It's worrying. It's really worrying. You said earlier you built ByteSpark because your own students were struggling to get jobs. I mean, you said yourself, how on earth were these guys not? Specifically, what gaps do you see between graduate skills and what employers are looking for today?
So I think there's two ways of looking at it. First of all, automation is eroding the entry job market at a very rapid pace. And with language models coming in now, we're seeing this happening even faster because automation capabilities are being built faster. But I still think that there is a lot of candidates that are out there who have just freshly graduated that have the skills. And what I'm beginning to see now is they are told by their career advisors that your CV should be 1 page. Now, I go back to students that I had actually done summer internships with, right? And they had built complete enterprise voice systems, right? You cannot describe that on 1 page, right? So what I'm beginning to see is describing your work on your CV, right? And companies using the right AI capabilities to understand that you can do the work is really what is missing, right? But the direction that the students are being sent in is you need to have a 1-page CV because a recruiter is not going to read more than 1 page, right? But they can't actually, so they have to use a lot of adjectives, they have to use a lot of buzzwords. But the reality is the buzzwords doesn't tell me what you have actually done. It doesn't give me a story.
Yeah. I mean,
so that's where the gap is.
Hasn't that always been the situation, I suppose? We've really run out of time. There's loads more I wanted to ask you, but let me just finish off with this. And I think it's the advice question, really, the practical advice. What would you give to graduates, and particularly, I guess, graduates and early career professionals who are kind of trying to navigate this merit-based AI-influenced job market that's coming while they're coexisting in this quagmire that we have at the moment?
So the advice that I have been giving to my students is the same advice I would give to everyone else out there is, first of all, the kind of tech capabilities that are out there today means that we can actually, you all can become an entrepreneur, right? So when you actually start to think about your career, don't think about those lifelong careers, right? Think about projects. And if you have an interest in a particular project, then you have the capability to actually work on a prototype of that project before you can actually position yourself with the company. So there's a lot of self-regulated learning that is required outside the classroom and after you graduate, right? So if you spend all your time just looking for jobs, you're not really going to get anywhere. You can spend maybe 1 or 2 hours looking for jobs in a day, but spend the remaining 8 or 10 hours actually working on projects. Because if you get an opportunity, you write about that in your CV, and hopefully companies will use the right AI systems. I'm really hoping for that. But when you have that conversation, you can actually talk with the passion. You can actually talk about the problems you had. How did you troubleshoot certain issues? How did you overcome certain challenges? Because you've done that. And that straight away will be music to the ears of any hiring manager, because they can see you potentially hitting the ground running. So spend a lot of time, build your portfolio of projects, and be ready to talk about them and practice talking about them.
It's good advice, I think. Dr. Ali Raza is a professor of computing at AI. He's also the founder of ByteSpark.ai, which is a UAE-built AI recruitment platform. I've really enjoyed talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you coming in this morning. It's Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. Don't forget, as we always say, get in touch with the show. We always appreciate a like and a subscribe. And everything we do is available to watch, listen again. Website, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts from. Just look for Mira Business FM. The news is next.
Mira Business FM.
Good afternoon. This is the news on Mira Business FM. According to the top stories, His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, met with Swiss Federation President Guy Parmelin on the sidelines of the India AI Impact Summit in New Delhi. The meeting highlighted Switzerland's interest in partnering with the UAE to host the 2027 AI Impact Summit in Geneva, reflecting strong bilateral ties in advancing the global artificial intelligence ecosystem and supporting further cooperation ahead of the UAE's hosting of the summit in 2028. Talks during the meeting also stressed the need for global collaboration on AI governance frameworks to balance innovation with improved quality of life, according to the Emirates news agency WAM. The UAE has ranked third worldwide in artificial intelligence adoption, with usage reaching 56% in 2025, according to a global study. Adoption surged from 10% in 2023 to 27% in 2024, before doubling again last year, reflecting rapid uptake across the government, businesses, and consumers. AI app downloads climbed to over 6 million in 2025, up sharply from 1.1 million in 2023. Researchers link the momentum to early policy initiatives, including the National AI Strategy launched in 2017, while projections suggest that AI could contribute up to $96 billion, accounting for nearly 14% of GDP and one of the highest projected impacts globally, according to Khalij Times. Airfares from the UAE for the Eid al-Fitr holiday have nearly doubled compared with February levels as travel demand surges for the short break, according to Gulf News. Return economy tickets for travel between March the 19th to 30th show steep increases on popular routes. Flights from Dubai to London are around 4,075 dirhams, compared with about 1,837 dirhams off-season, while fares to Lisbon have reached roughly 4,674 dirhams and Osaka nearly 7,995 dirhams. Tickets to Almaty, Bangkok, and Phuket are also significantly higher, reflecting strong demand for destinations across Europe, Asia, and the CIS. Global stock markets are presenting fresh opportunities for investors, with analysts urging diversification across regions and sectors. A recent shakeout in U.S. technology shares and ongoing geopolitical uncertainty highlights the risks of concentrating investments in one area. Experts say that spreading holdings across the global markets can help reduce losses during downturns and smooth returns. Markets in countries such as Spain, Canada, and Japan have shown strong momentum in early 2026, reinforcing the case of balanced portfolios that mix sectors like healthcare, consumer goods, and materials alongside high-growth assets, according to Khaleej Times. Amazon has surpassed Walmart to become the world's largest company by annual revenue reporting, around $717 billion for 2025. Walmart's revenue for the same period was $713 billion, ending its 13-year run at the top. Amazon's growth was driven by e-commerce, cloud computing, and advertising, while Walmart continues to expand its retail and online presence. Analysts say this makes a shift in global business power toward tech-driven companies, according to CNBC. This is the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Midday Majlis on Mira Business FM, where conversations connect and ideas come alive right at midday with myself, Sahar Mushtaq. Before we dive into today's discussion, don't forget that you can catch Midday Majlis live on Mira Business FM, streaming now on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, and of course, Telegram. Our podcast is also available on all your favorite platforms, anytime, anywhere. And today on Midday Majlis, we're diving into the exciting world of sports and events in the UAE and across the region. And we have a very special guest with us, Dr. Hamis Al-Mazrouri, known to many as Dr. Cam, Director and Head of Sport and Events at Mott McDonald Middle East. He's flown in all the way from Oman to join us today. Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Cam. Welcome to Midday Majlis.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Nice
We're
to be here.
so happy to have you here. Nice to meet you too. Dr. Cam, we'll begin our conversation now with first talking about the UAE being the hub for world-class sports and entertainment events over the past few years. So from your perspective, what makes the UAE such an exciting place for sports and events today?
Well, I think the UAE's it's gone through a transition over the past 20 to 30 years, and it started. Let's go back in history. It started with a very small influx of people coming into the region, helping develop Dubai to where it is now. You know, the engineers and the consultants to create an ecosystem for the people of Dubai and the UAE and Abu Dhabi, but also the expats across the region has helped develop the UAE landscape in terms of sports and events. So history is about the emergence of the GCC sports market, events market, and entertainment market has been founded on a good foundational basis. So we can see that with the infrastructure that sits around there. We've got beautiful stadiums like the Al Ain Stadium, Sheikh Zayed Stadium as well. So all of these stadiums that have been developed over the years. And through the refurbishments and through the developments, we can see a good understanding that people still are engaging with sport in that area. Now, if we look demographically, we've got a lot of people from different parts of the world. It's a multicultural and multi-faceted ecosystem. And by having that, you need to cater for different types of sports. We're talking football and cricket, and a big area is also rugby. Asia Rugby has been supporting the rugby scene in Dubai. There's huge competitions. Only, I'd say 3-4 months ago, there was a huge competition.
So there was just so much going on.
Yes, so much. And then if you look at the entertainment and the event space, you've got brilliant facilities, starting with the Coca-Cola Arena. You've got the Etihad Arena as well, where you're bringing stars from across the globe. Okay, we're talking comedians and artists and sports competitions. So that ecosystem kind of has set sort of the standard of what the GCC should be sort of following, but also has its individualistic view of how it approaches it through its specific demographics.
Right. And, you've set the tone so well, and you've highlighted that UAE's growing reputation as a sports and events hub is so on the top, with great venues as well that we have. And now moving on, can you please tell us that we know that UAE continues to host major football tournaments while Saudi is preparing for 2034's FIFA. So from your perspective, how do these parallel efforts strengthen the region's overall sports proposition?
Well, I think it's amazing. Each country has its own vision. But if we talk about Saudi's 2030 vision, which was implemented around 2015, 2016, it was clear that the drive was to move revenues away from oil revenue and more into tourism, religious tourism, and have a different viewpoint of how Saudi Arabia is looked at and how it moves forward in the world. Now, this has been grounded across different facets. We're talking at policy level, we're talking at government level, we're talking at investment level, and even at the human level. And human capital is really important. You can build all the infrastructure, but if you don't take the journey with the population, it won't work. It won't sync. So the important part really is embedding the visions to link it to the quality of life. Link it to job creation, link it to all those different facets. And I think it's really important that it's not siloed within the GCC. I think the way I see it is each region has its story and each region has its direction.
Its character.
Exactly. And I think with the projects the mega projects that are happening in Saudi Arabia, the preparations for the 2034 World Cup, what that means is it's providing the next step to providing major sports events across the GCC. Qatar did an amazing job on the World Cup, and it kind of anchored us as the GCC to say we can.
I was actually going to say that Qatar has made headlines already in 2022. So as someone working in sports infrastructure and event delivery, what did Qatar 2022 represent for the region and from a project execution standpoint? I
think Qatar, for a small nation, they pulled it out the bag. I really think they did. They created stadiums and infrastructure. We're not just talking about sports stadiums, but the infrastructure that sits behind it. We've got metros and hotels, all the supporting factors to deliver a World Cup. Now, a World Cup isn't just the game, it's a host city. So that host city needs to cater for the different demographics, the different people coming in. And that influx puts a strain on services, puts a strain on medical services, the fire services, and civil defence, ensuring that the participants who are watching and who are partaking are safe and comfortable in the country. So it was a good foundation for the rest of the GCC for a major event, a World Cup, first one in the Middle East, which then has given positive feedback across the globe.
And I think it only also boomed the other industries, for example, hospitality and the healthcare.
Yeah, 100%. I think one of the things that Qatar did really well was they created a hub called Aspire, which is one of the top sports facilities where other GCC countries use those facilities. Yeah, from Oman to Saudi to the UAE would use those high-end facilities because that's what was there at the time. And other countries across other regions from Spain and Italy use those facilities. So Qatar has founded itself over a good way as a hub of sport excellence. But that's a good thing because that's a catalyst for the rest of the region as well. True,
and it was such a big success.
A huge success.
A very proud moment for all of us here in the GCC.
Yes, 100%. I was singing with praise with how everything was delivered. Even from the design architecture, the approach that was taken of the stadiums, beautiful stadiums. Al Bayt Stadium, anchored within tradition. Of the Khaliji tents that we use in the deserts, all the way to futuristic Al Rayyan Stadium, all the way to Education City, which then was a catalyst for creating a hub for legacy, which is an important part.
It is indeed. And now, given your work in sports project delivery, how do you view the Saudi Arabia's upcoming World Cup in terms of scale and ambition compared to previous regional events?
I think each country has given what they can give their best. And I think for Qatar, they did really well. Saudi is taking that next step further. We're talking about stadiums and facilities and competitions that are overlapping in the next 10 years. In 2027, we've got the AFC that's going to be played in Saudi Arabia. We've also got the 2034 World Cup, the 2034 Asia Games. So there's a lot happening, and those facilities that at the time in 2015 before the vision weren't existent or were in a state where they need refurbishment or upgrade. So what we're seeing now is a focus on getting those facilities delivered at a pace that no one's seen in the world. And when we talk about mega project delivery, Mega project delivery usually is delivered over a 20-year, 30-year period as you build equitable sites across the country or countries. It takes time. There's brand new cities, with municipalities and schools and hospitals that all sit around that anchor of sport.
And I think also the future cities like Qiddiya and Neom will be a part of that.
Correct. So there's a bit of a history about Qiddiya, and not a lot of people know about it. But Qiddiya was always primed as a destination, and a destination usually has an influx usually towards the end of the weekend, and then gets activated over the weekend. But very clearly, it would have been a ghost town in the week, where people are going back to work, and bearing in mind, Qiddiya is about 45 kilometers.
It is a bit far as well.
It's a bit far. It is 45 kilometers away from Riyadh. So
Which is quite a distance when you're driving in traffic.
Yes, and it can be quite a distance. But so what's really important that I've seen is the business cases that sit behind these developments need to be anchored around people. Okay, so it was very clear that Qiddiya needed to become a city instead of a destination. So a proposition or a remaster plan of that created an environment where you can have a city that can at peak will populate up to 1 million people, and that's a mixture of staff that are going to be living and working there with all the functions such as the stadiums and the arenas, but also creating a city and a city hub where it's the centre of sports excellence. So if you look at, again, if I go back to Qatar, you have Aspire. Qiddiya will be the Aspire of Saudi. It'll be the hub for major sports. It'll be a hub for entertainment. It'll be a hub for mixed use. It'll be a hub for high medical, for federations. So the scale of that is just tremendous.
And we are not aware of that right now because all we have for now is just the Six Flags open up there.
Correct.
So there's so much more to see in the coming years, as we understand and you've explained.
Yeah.
So talking about Six Flags, that has come to the Middle East, and also Disney is coming to the UAE. So events as well are going to make it really grand in the upcoming years. So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I think it's exciting, to be honest. I think all the children who kind of follow the news and follow what's happening in terms of Six Flags or even Abu Dhabi Disney. But if we focus on the specifics of Six Flags is a good anchor for Qiddiya. I think it's done an amazing job for what it's done in the time that they've been able to deliver that project. And the feedback has been tremendous. We've got the fastest roller coaster in the world that runs across there. I haven't gone on it yet, but maybe one day I will, inshallah. And it's a good anchor. But there's furthermore developments that are going to be developed across Saudi Arabia. Seven Entertainment, as well as another organisation that they're building indoor entertainment facilities. Similar to Warner Brothers World, similar to IMG, very similar to those type of facilities. And they'll be dotted around the country. So the focus is not just Riyadh. The focus is Riyadh, Dammam, Jeddah, Mecca, Medina, Abha. So all these areas are building capital for people.
Right. And moving on now. So this World Cup is also part of bigger picture. So as for the development plans, so from an investment and development perspective, how do you see the World Cup accelerating Saudi Arabia's broader vision, objectives in sports, tourism, and entertainment?
Right. Yeah. So that's a very good question. I like that question. Investment, really, it's founded on many factors, and that investment is based on a robust business case. And that robust business case comes really from the top, how the investment is presented to the wider community, because you need the investors to be comfortable they're investing in something that will get their returns. And the great part of the GCC is, and specifically with Dubai and Saudi Arabia and Oman and the other regions, is that level of stability of investment. So there is a history of investment in the Middle East, and what we're seeing now is we're seeing that investment being diversified into sport, into hospitality, into those different sectors. So the important part really is understanding when these investments are taken and are invested in and created a stadium or buying a football club, the value is what it gives back to the community. And I think that's the balance between investment and actually engaging with the communities to understand the positiveness of that investment and how it plays back to the wider community and the nations that they serve.
Right. So there is a lot of investment coming into the region with regards to entertainment and events, sports, etc. That's great. And now, as someone involved in a project delivery and strategy, what opportunities do you see for the UAE-based companies, consultants, and professionals to contribute to Saudi Arabia's World Cup preparations?
I think it's already happening. There is, cross-pollination of talent across the GCC. We see it coming from the UAE, the consultants, the engineers, but also we're getting lessons learned from the Qatar World Cup as well. So specialists from Qatar have embedded themselves in the Saudi market, which is great. So those lessons learned and improvement strategies will be implemented into those projects. And then from a UAE perspective, what we see is there's a whole ecosystem that has built Dubai and built UAE and built up those projects. And that ecosystem has also cross-pollinated and establishes businesses in KSA. So what we see is cross-pollination of talent. Over time, I see that knowledge transfer from the UAE market will and is enhancing the way that projects are delivered in Saudi Arabia.
Right. And moving on, I would like to ask you that in your work across different markets, how important is the collaborative approach between the GCC countries when it comes to building a regional sports ecosystem?
I think that's another good question. I like that one. So the way that the ecosystem works, I think there's the external view that what we see from the public eye, from the newspapers, the news, and what we see. But behind all of that, there's the great minds and the brains that kind of establish what those policies or those national strategies really are focused on. So each country has a national strategy, be it a Vision 2030 strategy, a sports strategy, an entertainment strategy. And those strategies usually focus on the country's deliverables. But from that strategy level, it then drops down into the delivery level. And that delivery level is where we see that cross-pollination of knowledge across the GCC. So if we take it back to my last statement, if we look at Qatar, there's excellent examples there where we've brought knowledge from Qatar, we've brought knowledge from the UAE, we've brought knowledge and the lessons learned that we're seeing from the KSA market, because the KSA market is maturing in terms of that deliverables, and also looking at the other periphery regions such as Oman and Jordan and even as far as Morocco with the recent Asia Cup over there. But the focus really is ensuring that when a host city hosts something, we're able to get cross-pollination between people landing in Dubai or in the UAE or Abu Dhabi and enjoying the sports and entertainment there, jumping on a very quick short flight to Saudi, enjoying the entertainment facilities there. And I think governments have made it easier in terms of if you get a visa in one country, you can visit other countries off that visa. So I can see the collaboration happening, and it's exciting to see. So let's wait for the next World Cup, and we'll see how we get there.
And let's wait for the GCC visa to start rolling around as well.
Correct.
That's also in works, right?
Yeah, so that'll be amazing. That'll be amazing.
So convenient for everyone. And now moving on, Dr. Cam, in your project work, how are you seeing technology and innovation reshape the stadium design, fan experience, and event operations across the Middle East?
So I think it boils down to the user journey for each and every person that goes to a facility or an entertainment. I think the user journey is really important, understanding that demographic, and ensuring that when technology is embedded as part of that ecosystem, it needs to be not just embedded within the facility itself, but over the city scale. So you may have heard of terms before about smart cities and smart city integration. And what that means really is ensuring that when someone buys that ticket from day one, they know on match day they can jump on a metro for free because that ticket allows them to jump on that metro. It allows them to pre-order, their favorite snack before entering the stadium. It helps them, enjoy and wayfind themselves across the city. But also haptic technology, even AI, that's embedded into stadiums that we see and will be seeing in the future, where immersiveness and immersive experiences is going to be a big focus. So I would see in the next 10 to 15 years, real push on immersive experiences, not just for users, but also for the people who are sat at home as well, who can't make it to the stadium.
Right. So I guess because you've been to the Qatar World Cup, there's so much that you know. And from, for example, getting onto the metro for free, having the pass for the game, and also ordering snacks. So that's pretty interesting. And it's only going to get better for fans, right?
Exactly. Way better. Time over time. I think technology is catching up.
And the AI will play a great role.
Yes,
it already is, but it will. And now, talking about sustainability, so how are sustainability requirements influencing the way we plan and build sports infrastructure in the Gulf today?
I think so. Sustainability is a very big subject, and maybe we have to have another chat about that. But I'll summarize it the best I can. Sustainability has different facets in terms of the embedded carbon to build a facility, or an entertainment facility or a stadium, but also how it looks at ecology, how it looks at social improvement, how it provides an operational sustainability model. Even running a facility has to be sustainable when you run it, in terms of waste as well. So it's a multifaceted approach. I think it starts really at the early stage, and so it's embedded within the business case. It's put into the design process, and then advising the operators to ensure that they're being sustainable in the operations phase of it. And sustainability is quite broad as a subject, but FIFA have been really positive about sustainability. Any stadium that is going to be FIFA approved will need to have some form of sustainability accreditation. Now, it's not forcing it in a way that you have to follow a specific requirement, but it focuses on regional sustainability requirements. So sustainability in the Middle East will be very different to how it is in Germany or UK or the US. So what FIFA have been very sympathetic was, we understand sustainability is important, but we need to make sure it's founded within the regional aspects of where that stadium is being built.
All right, so that's an important key factor to have a look on. Right, and one final question. So what does this regional evolution from hosting to delivering world-class sporting events say about the Middle East capabilities in complex project delivery and the strategic execution?
Right, so strategic execution, delivery, all that is founded on the basis of a robust delivery model. And there's multiple delivery models that can be achieved on different scales, and they're all based on risk factors. So these risk factors are based on how quickly you need to get something on board and finished and delivered. And that usually is anchored under the procurement aspects of delivering projects. So there's a traditional way of building where you get the consultants and the designers to design, projects get tendered, bidded for, and then they build. And that's a traditional way of delivering stadium or facilities. Now, if you want to fast-track projects, there's a project methodology which is called design and build, where you design to a certain extent, you release that information, the contractor builds it, but as you're building, you're designing. But there's risk factors with there, so delays may happen in design or approval.
Interesting how while you're building, you're actually designing.
Yes, exactly. So each risk factor depends on which model that you want to follow. So what we're seeing in the GCC market, it uses all different aspects of that procurement strategy.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Cam, for being a part of our show. You flew in from Oman, and we really appreciate you. I mean, coming to our show, especially during this month of Ramadan, it must be a little bit difficult.
No, it's my pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
You've actually given us so many insights, wonderful insights from on UAE events to Saudi Arabia's 2034 plans and the region's journey in between. And it was lovely talking to you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we come to the end of today's show. I'll be back with more engaging conversations and interesting discussions. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Mira Business FM. Until next time, signing off.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Welcome back. This is Midday Majlis on Mira Business FM, and I am thrilled to introduce our guest today, who is Mira Business, founder and CEO of Mira Consulting. Mira has guided companies across Europe, the US, and the Middle East on strategic expansion, investment, and marketing, and has held senior leadership roles at brands like Acronis and Kingston Technology. She's also a TEDx speaker and mentor. We're so happy to have you with us. Welcome to Midday Majlis, Mira.
Thank you so much for having me. My pleasure.
It's good to have you. So please tell us that how is it that you've actually worked across Europe, the US, and the Middle East. So what key differences stand out in how businesses approach growth in the region?
Thank you again for having me, and hi everyone. There are definitely similarities when it comes to business across different markets, but I think one of the main differentiators, if we're looking at our region here, is the speed of things, how rapidly you can build network, and how the government has facilitated for entrepreneurs like me the possibility to open businesses and tapping into innovation. So I would say one of the main differences, if I take Europe specifically, where I'm from, is very much the speed and the access.
Right. So it's actually interesting that the growth depends on the kind of speed that we have and the kind of push we give to entrepreneurs in the region.
Absolutely. There's a thriving community when it comes to finding new contact, finding peers that can guide you when it comes to activities and strategic expansion. However, speed doesn't mean rushing into things. I want to make this very clear, because I think one mistake that founders often do when it comes to building up their businesses is going too fast or spending too much too quickly. I'm really insisting on the speed at what things happen in general over here.
Okay. And now let's actually narrow it down to the UAE, which has become a serious magnet for international companies to invest. So why do many international companies today in the UAE, as a strategic gateway for regional expansion, attract people from different parts of the world?
So I think there's a before and after COVID. I know people talked about this a lot, but I'll just talk from my personal experience. I lived here in 2008 and 9. That doesn't make me younger. So a while back, so I've seen the growth, right? There's always been that narrative here of pushing the limits and including everyone in the world that wants to come and help make it what it is today. But definitely post-COVID, we've seen a shift. I think the measures that were in place when it comes to help businesses remain sustainable have definitely had an impact. Unlike other places in the world, I think also I'm a marketing and communication specialist, and I believe the communication within this country, in this region, is absolutely amazing, is very smart. So it's helped, attract not only people, but also the right investments. So this is what we've seen being built. Definitely, there are a lot of people here now from, all over the world. It's a thriving business environment, and as an entrepreneur who's opened a business here, also from a legal standpoint, right, doing paperwork here is a bit easier than other markets as well.
Right. And post-COVID, there weren't things like work from home. which makes businesses actually function a lot conveniently than ever before.
Definitely. Work from home is an interesting conversation. I personally have been working from home for the last 8 years, so way before COVID, when I was still based in London at the time, actually. So my last corporate role, when I started it, I got my laptop and phone shipped to me. And for me, that was new because I was also used to the very structured in-office job. And that was challenging in the beginning, but it happened to be the best thing ever. And I've never looked back. And in our organization, our team, everyone's working remotely here in UAE or in Kenya because we split between those two markets. So I think that's definitely a competitive advantage for anyone that embraces working from home. It's still a bit challenging now here, to be honest. I think we went back. After COVID, there was a lot of flexibility, and I think private companies, unfortunately, did take a step back, and I do encourage them to be a bit more lenient when it comes to working from home for the employees because traffic is absolutely insane these days.
It is, yeah. It actually takes hours to get from one point to the other at times. Now, when we talk about the plan of companies in entering a new market, what is the first strategic question leadership teams often overlook?
Local knowledge. People think they know local markets, maybe because they visited, maybe because they have teams here, but often what happened, those teams have been brought from outside. You really need that local understanding, local language, and just to really spend the time into meeting with the local relevant people. I think then the second thing is regulations.
Right.
Every country, every market has its own regulation, no matter how the UAE makes it very flexible again for entrepreneurs. There are still rules to be respected, and I think people can often come here and think it's just easier. It's not that it's easier, it's just been built in a way that it's more convenient, but there's still steps to be followed.
Right. And so it's actually the real risk, which isn't expansion itself, but it's expanding without the fully understanding of the readiness and the fit.
Absolutely. I've seen it too often, especially when it comes to sales team and in the technology space, because I come from that industry, where sales team that are brilliant are just shipped in here, right? Again, without that local understanding, eventually they'll find their feet. But it just makes more sense from the get-go to give the opportunity to people that have been here and really understand the parameters of this market.
Right. And Merway, you've actually advised companies globally on scaling internationally. And we know that not only expansion is the story that succeeds, but based on your consulting experience, what separates companies that successfully scale internationally from those that struggle?
I think it always comes down to vision, to knowing where you're going, and to be transparent with your team about that vision, to really bring them into the journey, making them part of that journey, because often there's a disconnect between senior leadership and the teams on the ground, and that leads to miscommunication, and that's definitely going to slow down any scaling. I think the next thing is also authenticity, keeping it real, right? When you're going out in the world promoting your product or services, it's relevant.
Relatable as well.
Relatable. It's relevant anywhere, but people want to see who is behind the brand. But even more so here, I would say, because we have such an important amount of influencers, some who are absolutely brilliant, others who are very much self-proclaimed. That makes it hard to navigate, what is true, what is a bit less true. So I think keeping, things very transparent, very authentic, not trying to copy and paste, not trying to be something you're not, is going to make a difference and help you, making things sustainable.
You've just mentioned the influencers.
Yeah.
So marketing today actually speaks louder than ever before, but attention spans are shrinking at the same time. So marketing and communications have changed dramatically over time in the recent years. So what strategies are now really essential for brands trying to stand out globally and within the region?
We need to take it back a little bit on what is marketing and what is communication. they are two distinct departments. And what often happens in organization, they are led by the same person that might not have a clear understanding on both. They each play a key role. Influencer marketing, specifically in this region, is a bit tricky because people often confuse following and engagement. Right? There's a lot of people that have huge following base, but is the quality actually there? Is the audience actually engaged? These are metrics that people want to look into. And I think, and I appreciate that shift, taking things back into, again, this authenticity layer where we really looking into people that truly create influence versus noise, I would say.
Exactly. And how should organizations balance the global brand consistency with local market relevance?
I think it's a multiple layer strategy approach, right? You cannot apply something that's done in Europe, in the US to here. However, they still need to be interconnected. I'll take an example. Again, if you do have a global brand that's born in another market, you definitely want to remain consistent with that brand's messaging, but you want to also have layers of that communication that are adapted locally, being translated to the language, having local relevant cases, having teams on the ground. So there are ways to adapt. So you can have your own, segmented narrative for the local market while you also still remain consistent with the overall global messaging and don't just go rogue and bring something totally different, a different flavor just because you're coming to this market.
Right. And now, talking about AI, AI is transforming communications at incredible levels and incredible speed, and leadership roles are evolving with it. So, with AI transforming the communication as well, what skills must modern marketing leaders develop to stay competitive?
More specifically for communicators, first, they have to be storytellers. They have to be very strong with writing skills, actually, no matter the technology. And the technology is great. I'm definitely not thinking it needs to be rejected or we need to be scared of it. We need to, if anything, one, embrace it, two, understand it, right? So we don't become overwhelmed by technology. But what makes us human, what makes us talented, is what we have to work even harder on. I see a lot of people in communication just simply relying on AI because it's there, it's easier, and I understand these people often overloaded with work, but keeping what makes you unique, alive is definitely going to make a difference in the long run. So for example, in our team, the way we utilize AI, we have a clear rule that for any project, and especially when it comes to writing anything, we will do the first draft ourselves, not only the thought process, but actually the first lines on anything. And AI for us is a tool to improve what we've built.
Right.
We're not using it as the foundation, but we're definitely not also turning our back to the technology.
Mm-hmm. So it goes hand in hand.
Correct.
And hard work definitely adds up to the skills and the product that you're actually working to launch or market. So now, talking about the management of global campaigns, what makes a communication strategy truly impactful rather than just visible?
So if you're building a campaign, you have to understand first who are you building it for, what's your audience, right? What type of channels are they looking into? Where are you going to find them? And then you need to understand the scope, what's okay, less okay to do, and that comes with the market that you're going to be communicating into. And again, then we take it back into keeping things real with who your brand is at the core, right? You want to adapt to a local market. You also don't want to entirely change your, global or core messaging. So in life in general, I always have this rule of balancing things out. It's about balance, right? So I think when you're building a campaign for it to be strong and impacting, it's about finding that balance.
Right. And Mary, now moving on, let's talk about technology, cybersecurity, and the industry trends. So cybersecurity has evolved from being a technical issue to a broad level priority in this age and time. So from your time in the cybersecurity sector, what major shifts are currently shaping how the companies think about digital risk?
I think we've come to a time where digital risks can't be ignored at all. And luckily, I'm seeing that it's less and less the case. Right? People really understanding the risk and what it requires to be a bit more cyber protected. However, before COVID, I'm taking it to that again. There were a lot of people who had no idea what cyber risk meant, and then COVID helped accelerate that. So that was a great thing because all of a sudden, people working from home, they need protection. They're understanding, that they can be hacked easily. If we're looking from a company standpoint, they're spending.
So we've seen a great shift.
Yes, but now we're on the other side of this, where it's been overwhelming for people. Every day, it's news about hacking, about being careful, etc. And we need to know about, what's happening. But I think what's that doing to people and company is almost becoming a norm, that it's out there and it's so hard to keep up, with what criminals, online criminals are doing, that they just go with the flow, kind of. And this is the vibe that I'm getting from companies around me or individual, because if we look at individual, they're like, well, but I did this, I have VPN, or I'm not connecting to public Wi-Fi, or I'm not clicking on non-link, so what else can I do at this point? And then if we're looking into companies, they tell me, well, I've spent, I have a private cloud and I've trained employees, but you still need, to push and to really keep up with what's happening, because technology is going so fast, risks are increasing. So I really encourage, especially small businesses, from the beginning to incorporate into their strategy. Like, for example, I made the choice from the beginning to spend on hardware and software where I could have spent the money somewhere else, just to kind of avoid issues and more costly issues down the line.
Right. And because you've worked with different companies globally, so how can organization build a stronger cybersecurity awareness cultures rather than just treating security as the only technical issue?
Again, it's about incorporating in the overall strategy. You definitely need a strong chief technology officer at the table, right? And someone that actually is a technical expert and that's going to talk to the guys who are signing off on the overall strategy. They need to be integrated into this conversation. And then, interestingly enough, when it comes to cybersecurity experts or technical experts in general, now they require a bit more communication skills as well, to be able to, tell the world, tell their audience about what makes their product so unique. So they're expected to not only, stay like before a bit in their corner, they pushed a bit more in the world. And I think it's a good thing to have ambassadors, as I like to call them like this. I have a friend of mine who's like, that's absolutely brilliant when it comes to the technicalities, but is also probably one of the best spokesperson. And it's easier to hear directly from these people, because what often happen and dilutes the messaging or the warnings when it comes to cyber risk is that it comes from people that don't necessarily know what they're talking about or are not the best position to talk about it. So when it comes from the source and they're both able to communicate right on what they're doing a bit more easily, I think it helps everyone.
Right. Well, Mary, thank you for giving us that great advice. And now we'll take a short break right here. When we come back, we'll talk to you about leadership and entrepreneurship. So this is the Midday Majlis show on Mira Business FM. Welcome back. This is the Midday Majlis on Mira Business FM, and we are here in the studio with Mira Khulamala, the CEO of Mira Consulting, and we were talking to her about a bunch of different topics with regards to marketing, communications, etc. And now, moving on, let's talk about leadership and the entrepreneurship. So now, when we think of the corporate leadership into entrepreneurship It's a significant personal and professional transition that we talk about. So, moving from corporate leadership roles to founding your own consulting firm, what was the biggest mindset shift that you had to make?
Good question. I think when you shift from corporate to entrepreneurship, you instantly understand that you're always going to be able to rely on yourself only. I'm not saying that in the corporate world it's not the case, but you can find support, right? You're supposed to have certain departments to help you with questions, being human resources, being finance, legal, etc. And the other thing is also that sentiment of safety. Again, even though, and I've been myself in that position, sometimes in certain roles we definitely do not feel safe, but the structure given by the company, the fact that it's someone else's organization, does give that sense of safety. So I think for me, it was obviously fear, but at the same time, it nourished, my willingness to, to push behind what I thought could be possible.
Right. And so it's about taking full ownership of the vision that you have, along with taking the risk.
Correct. It's bringing a vision to life is quite a journey, and you want to differentiate different scenarios, right? And my respect to anyone who tries whatever the capacity, and you can try within corporate life because you also get to take risks. I took risks. I stood up for what I believed in. I backed up certain risky project, etc. But in the entrepreneurial world, especially when you're self-funded, like myself, right, and you fully rely on yourself, it's quite the journey.
Wow. So you were just financially all on your own.
Correct.
That puts a lot of pressure on you as well.
Yeah, I just had made a very substantial personal investment at the time, just, couple
Which
months.
helped, I guess.
No, which hindered the progress of the company at the beginning. I had made a separate investment, I meant. So my funding capabilities at the beginning were actually limited. And now if I advise any founder, I will definitely tell them to, try to be a bit more ready with finances than I was. I will also encourage people in the corporate world that might have an idea, a project, to start when they have steady cash flow from their salaries and they have a bit more of that safety that I talked about.
Right.
And then launch on their own when they feel ready, because I really jumped into the unknown.
And Merwin, nowadays, leadership is a lot more complex than ever before. So what leadership qualities are actually required and are most critical today for executives managing fast-growing international teams?
Today's challenge for leadership is with intergenerational management, and it's with the rise of technology and how to approach it. And I think it's always taking it back to the essentials. If you're a leader, you're deciding to be a leader, you need to lead by example, right? Because people are going to look up to you. You cannot give, rules to your team and not apply the same to you. And I think one essential human skill is to be a good listener. It's more about your team than yourself. And if you have ego, it's not going to work, or it might work in the short time, right? But you have to be able to delegate. You have to accept that you're going to hire people that are going to be better than you. And that's the best thing that can happen to you. I'm so proud of my team. I'm so grateful that I found people that are so much better than me in so many areas, right? Communication itself, or events, or strategic thinking. And that's how you're going to push.
Good afternoon, I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Airfares from the UAE for the Eid al-Fitr holiday have nearly doubled compared with February levels as travel demand surges for the short break, according to Gulf News. Return economy tickets for travel between the 19th of March to 30th show steep increases on popular destinations. Flights from Dubai to London are around 4,075 dirhams, compared with about 118.37 dirhams off-season, while fares to Lisbon have reached roughly 4,674 dirhams and Osaka nearly 7,995 dirhams. Tickets to Almaty, Bangkok and Phuket are also significantly higher, reflecting strong demand for destinations across Europe, Asia and the CIS. Global stock markets are presenting fresh opportunities for investors, with analysts urging diversification across regions and sectors. A recent shakeout in U.S. technology shares and ongoing geopolitical uncertainty highlights the risks of concentrating investments in one area. Experts say spreading holdings across global markets can help reduce losses during downturns and smooth returns. Markets in countries such as Spain, Canada, and Japan have shown a strong momentum in early 2026, reinforcing the case for balanced portfolios that mix sectors like healthcare, consumer goods, and materials alongside high-growth assets, according to Khaleej Times report. Amazon has surpassed Walmart to become the world's largest company by annual revenue, reporting around $717 billion for 2025. Walmart's revenue for the same period was $713 billion, ending its 13-year run at the top. Amazon's growth was driven by e-commerce, cloud computing, and advertising, while Walmart continues to expand its retail and online presence. Analysts say this marks a shift in global business power toward tech-driven companies, according to CNBC News. That's the news for now. For more news, stay tuned.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are Crossroads at Mira Business FM. The little red light is on by the mic, which tells us it's time to go. We're here in collaboration with Middlesex University Dubai, where I and my wonderful co-host Dima Magalse teach And we're here to talk film, TV, and the entertainment industry. By the way, you can find us on Mira Business FM. If you're listening right now, you already did, so I don't need to tell you that. You can also find us online at all the usual platforms: YouTube, Spotify, Apple, Amazon. I'm sure I'm leaving out somebody, but we're there. Anyway, so let's see. A lot of news this week. Not all of it about entertainment, but let's think about what entertainment news there is. The Sea Dance 2.0 AI little clip of Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise doing their dance. Dima, your thoughts on that?
Okay, you caught me off guard a bit.
That's what I'm here to do.
Yeah. Well,
Keep everyone on their toes.
What do you want to know specifically? Give me direction.
AI clip, good or bad? In 10 words or less.
Good, scary, everything all at once. And this raised question amongst people, like, is it going to be, like, really how much does it going to affect stars? Since now it's just like easy to create that. And even recently, before coming here, I saw also a short film, purely created by AI, and it's really, really beautiful. Like you can see the human expressions, all these kind of things. So there's always this question, where is this going?
Yeah, and I mean, it is the only question. When I say there's a lot of news, and then that's the only entertainment news that really has people talking right now, because it's talking about the future of the industry. It's the only tool that matters right now. The Oscars are coming up. Nobody's talking about the Oscars. Nobody's seen any of the Oscar movies. Nobody cares about the Oscar movies. Nobody cares about stars anymore, because stars can't pull in people. It's all about how are the films being made, which leads us in this artful segue to our guest today. For the very first time, we sadly do not have our guest with us in the room to share the magic.
But he still exists.
But he's out there somewhere, out there in the ether. Adolf El-Assal, are you out there? Can you hear us? I feel like we're doing a seance right now. Knock on the table. Oh, you don't even need to knock on the table. Hello, Adolf. How are you?
Hello. Hi. Yeah, so sorry that I couldn't make it to Dubai because I'm stuck here in Abu Dhabi right now because I'm waiting for a package. It should have arrived yesterday.
This never happened to Johnny Carson somehow. Don Rickles never said, sorry, Johnny, I'm waiting for a package. I'm staying in Vegas. But that's okay. We'll forgive you. As long as you're here to talk to us about the voodoo that you do so well. I want you to tell us in your own words, but just to introduce you to the folks back home, it says you're an Egyptian Luxembourgish filmmaker and producer. I got this from your own info. Is Luxembourgish the correct term that I should use?
No one knows really. It's Luxembourgish or Luxemburger. So it's one of those two.
It's about Luxembourg. Egyptian Luxembourg filmmaker and producer. And the interweb, where we're talking to you via right now, thank you, interweb, tells us he's known for making humor with serious themes, as in your film Sawa. #1 film on Netflix, which tells no small achievement that, congratulations. It tells the story of an Egyptian DJ en route to a competition in Brussels who winds up in trouble in Luxembourg. So calling on various strands of your crossroads experience, which makes you an ideal guest for our show. I'm going to stop jattering on. Adolf, tell us about yourself.
Basically, I'm a filmmaker. I was born in Egypt, but at the age of 2 months, we moved to the Emirates, actually. I spent my early childhood in the UAE, like from Abu Dhabi to Dubai to Khorfakan, and then in Fujairah. And at the age of 6, we moved to Luxembourg. So, and that's where then I spent...
You did the bulk of your experience in Luxembourg, correct?
Yeah.
And we're going to come back to the films you've made, but Dima was saying earlier, and that's why it was an artful segue that I messed up by going back to your description to properly introduce you, but you had a post this week on LinkedIn about AI. Is that correct? Then we'll get back to what you actually do, but I wanted to get your thoughts on the news this week.
You shared the short film made by AI, and you questioned, where is this going? And I was a viewer of that.
Like this, I don't know, like from day to day, like it evolves so fast and it needs to be regulated somehow because you cannot be like completely open power like that. It needs really, especially for copyright reasons, So it would be good, like especially like as you talked earlier on with this Tom Cruise video, like anyone can use anyone's image at the moment, the voices and so on. And I think it's very important to see how where it's heading.
What are your
Because
thoughts
moves
about
really
how
quick
it
fast,
could be
and
regulated, though?
Trying to find a way, because with music, for example, there was this big debate like 20 years ago when iTunes came into place, and when music was so available, then Napster started stealing everything and putting everything available for everyone, and then they found something like DRM, like digital rights management, where it's finally there's a way how to regulate rights and so on for the artists. So maybe with AI, maybe there could be something similar that could put into place, or to have a stamp on the videos to keep it as original as possible, or I don't know.
The issue, especially for music, that there are lots of AI softwares now. You just say, create music for me similar to Hans Zimmer, for example. They take one of the music, they just change the scale. Similar arrangement, similar feeling, vibe, everything. Changing the scale makes it totally different, yet same vibe, same everything. This is what makes it a real concern, that how can he claim copyrights for that? Like if you use it in a certain product and you don't say that this is inspired by Hans Zimmer or based on Hans Zimmer music, it can go as original music as well. But then I don't use Hans Zimmer for that. Not I can afford it, but I mean, like with AI, it does affect other musicians this way. You can easily just choose AI.
Now, Adolf, you have an online YouTube seminar. I think I'm using the right word. No BS filmmaking, correct? And you also have a book out now. This is a family network, so I'm not going to use the full title. How not to fudge up your filmmaking, your film. Can you tell us? I think they're moving along the same lines, right? The seminar is an evolving conversation about it, and the book is your wisdom and lessons learned along the way. I want to talk about those, but right now I'd like to say. Is the emergence, the sudden overnight emergence of this technology affecting how you conduct seminars or how you teach how not to fudge up your film?
Yeah, like the thing is, because the new generation, they're growing up with AI right now. Okay, like my generation, your generation, we come from different backgrounds, so we have different ways of seeing things, and where everything wasn't that accessible. And today, like. Whatever happens with AI, I don't know, like there will be so much content that it would be very, very hard to categorize things somehow and to find the things that are very special. And with my book, I wrote it out of an urgency somehow, because a lot of people ask me, like, how can I tell a story? How can I make a film? How can I get actors together? How can I direct? How can I get the right costumes, the right locations, and so on and so forth? And I was actually very happy when they asked me those questions. That means there are still people interested, especially young people, in doing things in artisanal way. That means with what you have and to create something, not just typing a few words in a prompt and then suddenly you have something that is the machine is creating. And so with my book, I'm trying really to explain in a very practical manner how to make a film from A to Z. And all this is based on my experiences because I started filmmaking like over 20 years ago. And I was also at a transition where between analog and digital, for example, where things weren't that accessible, but it started to become more accessible. So I started doing my own films using like mini DV cameras, for example, and using like nonlinear editing software, like a Premiere Pro. Or, back then, Premiere, it was actually Premiere 6.5 or something like that, then Final Cut. And then I saw really the evolution, how things evolved over the years. And
over the past 20 years, you're saying? Correct?
Yeah, like over 20 years. Yeah, like my first film I did like in 2003, and I started in documentaries as well. And that's also something where AI will not be able to replicate somehow, because documentaries is really that's where you get really close to characters, to stories, and to try to be as true as possible to the meaning. And I doubt that AI will be able to bring this across. And it's not just about technology. And because film, especially, it's about emotions, it's about story, it's about how you can change things in society somehow, and that's how I see myself as a filmmaker as well.
Why did you specifically choose this title for your book, while your book is guidance more than telling how not to mess up your film?
Why? Because I wanted to be catchy. That's the thing.
That's it.
I didn't use AI for that, by the way. No, like really wanted to be catchy.
Came from the heart.
Okay. So it's not that there's something
Yeah.
specific you think that from your experience, what actually ruins a film? What do you think actually ruins a film? Like I had this conversation with David as well, and I said like we usually focus on success stories about how to make a film, how to be successful, how is this and that, but we never share failure stories. And I think like you learn from failure more than actually your success, right? So yeah, what do you think from your own experience that failing moments or like things that actually filmmakers or aspiring filmmakers need to avoid doing?
Yeah, like things you need to fail, like everything else in life. Okay, so you need, like for me, I went to film school. Okay, but I learned more on the field. So I really did a lot of things. As I said, like I started having like equipment that was accessible that I was getting from the school. So that was very cool. And it was before smartphones and so on, and YouTube. And thing is, it's really important to fail because that's how you learn. And because I've done 4 feature films, I produced over 20. I've done like tons of short documentaries. I've done over 200 music videos and commercials. So I've seen it all. Like I have, like I've seen really how to do things, and plus I'm also experienced in using all the different tools for marketing you film and so on. But I really believe that film is something that is very collaborative. Like you need people. You cannot do it just like with as I said, like with a few words. You really need people, and it's also like I like the social aspect from it because the more you are surrounded by people where you can learn things from each other and create something together and fail together and win together. That's really what I love the most about filmmaking, and that's why with my book, I really wanted to use that to show that you can make it somehow. Like I don't talk just about successes. I really talk about real practical ways on how to avoid mistakes. Even though I don't believe in mistakes, because it's really important to learn things the hard way, because that's how you make things better somehow, and that you can really become more fulfilled as a filmmaker. And that's really the thing that I really want to bring across.
In your experience, like you said, like in the past 20 years, you've been like working on films and stuff. Any specific failures you went through that really taught you, or it was like memorable, stand out for you?
Failures. Oh, yeah, but because my story is completely crazy. Like, like the first film I've ever done was a feature film. Like, I didn't do like short films and so on. First, I did a feature.
Sorry to interrupt, but did you say you started in documentary? Was this a documentary feature or a fiction feature?
It was a fiction feature.
Okay.
But it was shot like a documentary.
Okay.
Okay. Because thing is, before that, I was doing a lot of short documentaries in the UK for a channel called Channel 4. They had like this small segments called Stream It Wonder, and I was also doing a lot of stuff for Current TV, which was like Al Gore's, like it was before YouTube, and so there was like this TV channel. We were doing like short documentaries. I was doing them in the UK on different types of social subjects, and also some profiles on artists and so on. And then I took all those skills to make a first film with 2 friends of mine that was shot like a documentary, where both of them, they came as well from documentaries. And we did a feature, like a fiction feature, shot with no money, no script, just with the characters that we had. And we didn't know where this would head. And a couple of years later, it was selected then at the Berlin Film Festival in the official selection. And that was quite something, because that was how we entered the film industry as professionals
huge
somehow.
achievement. When you think about the
it was quite
competition,
Yeah. So suddenly we're those young filmmakers sitting there with all those amazing filmmakers from all over the world, and people, they saw that we had like stories to tell, and we were quite unique, and we're also using new technologies at the same time. And because
okay, so sorry to interrupt, but you say on your comes from a direct quote from your social media that your focus is cross-cultural storytelling. So we thought, okay, Crossroads, prime candidate. You've spent many years, as you said, in Luxembourg, in Europe, and now you're based in Abu Dhabi, in the UAE. Where would you say, what's the word? I wouldn't say difficult, but you left Europe to focus on storytelling here. Why is that?
Why is that? Like, thing is, I feel like if you just see my name, first of all, like Adolf El Assal, it's a funny name. So you don't know where to categorize it. Like, who calls his child Adolf, first of all? Yeah, but there's a story behind it. Okay,
Okay, let's hear that
What
story.
is the story? Yeah.
The story?
Yeah.
Okay, so actually
You asked for it.
So it's actually my great grandfather. He came from he was like half Slovenian, I guess, and Slovenia was like in the 19th century was part of the Austrian-Hungarian empire, and then I think through him, like the whole lineage then moved to Egypt, and that's how I got this name. And I also have an uncle called like that. I have also I have many people in my family called Adolf actually. And when I came to I never had an issue with that name when I was in in the UAE when I grew up, but it was just when I came to Europe where they were still thinking about this other Adolf.
I've heard there was another.
Really changed, tried to change the world somehow. And so I grew up with that, so I had a lot of issues with that growing up like this, and especially post 9/11, like when you carried an Arabic name as well. So that's also something that it was quite a toll on myself, and that's why I became a filmmaker as well, because I had so many stories to tell. And I'm coming from Luxembourg, which is actually, I don't want to say copy-paste of the UAE, but it's a very multicultural country. So there, I speak myself 5 languages fluently. Like Luxembourg, geographically, it's like in the middle between like world powers like France, Germany, and as well Belgium. So and most people living there are expats, so it's really a country.
Oh, so it is very similar to
depends.
the UAE in that way. Similar vibe.
It is extremely similar. It's extremely similar. Also history-wise, because also like their wealth started from natural resources as well, and then it turned into services and banking over the years, including filmmaking. And so it's a country where they have issues with their identity, because most people, they have foreign backgrounds. So it's very rare that you find pure Luxembourgish people. So it's not something that is common. So I think it's maybe a few families, but because the country that's like it's one of the youngest countries in Europe. So it's been there maybe 150 years or something like that. And just like the Emirates, when they discovered the natural resources of the years, so that's why there's some wealth that was created, and they were smart enough to create really a society where people can coexist together.
And that helped me realize the question that I actually wanted to ask you before that I fumbled. I was trying to find the right words for it. You've told cross-cultural storytelling in Europe and cross-cultural storytelling here. What are the stories you want to tell? The stories of somebody in Europe, in this part of the world? No, I'll make it more broad. What sort of stories do you like to tell?
Like I said, I try to be as personal as possible. Okay, I'm coming from Luxembourg. As I said, I speak so many languages, so my films are very multicultural, multilingual, and I try to mix different genres as well. So I try always to do things that are quite particular in order to be true to myself, and also to be different somehow. I don't want to copy what's already there, and also because of all this trauma that I had over the years growing up in Europe, and I don't want to also hide it, like Europe as well. It's a very segregated place where there's so much indiscrimination, a lot of racism, a lot of divisions in society, and coming being in Luxembourg, somehow you have to deal with all those things as well. So.
Sorry to interrupt again. I can't stop myself today somehow. But would you say that there's more? Again, I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but would you say that the discrimination is more concentrated in Luxembourg, or are you saying throughout Europe in many countries? You find that?
It's throughout Europe in general, but Luxembourg as well. I really don't want to hide it, because the thing is, being the only Arab family that was there in the 80s, it wasn't easy path for myself and my siblings, for example, and my parents. So it was very hard for us to integrate. So we went through a lot of struggle over there, and I saw a lot of things that has really traumatized me. And at the same time, I had this feeling that I don't belong in this place somehow, because I was always treated as different, because there was no community, no people to support us. Because there's lots of other communities, like for example, like foreign communities in Luxembourg especially, like there's a big Portuguese community, or there's a big Italian community, or big French-speaking community, or big English-speaking community, but there was no Arab community. So I had to be friends with everyone somehow in order to feel part of this society. And but over the years, like the more you grow up, the more you you learn to think, the more you read, the more you travel, you feel that there's more things to the world than just this little bubble that we live in. Because Luxembourg is so small. It's smaller than Dubai, by the way. Okay, it has like 600,000 people living there, and you put on top 200,000 people that come from across the borders to work there. So so to be part of a society where it's really hard to, I don't want to say have a voice or whatever, but I was always treated differently, even until today.
And so
that's the main reason
you responded to film as a medium to have a voice.
Exactly.
You know,
so that was
even
my thing.
in your films, it has a comedic aspect. Like it combines between like comedy and like dark comedy. But like the way you talk about like your identity and whatever you went through, you called it like the trauma you went through and your identity. It seems like way heavier than comedic. Was that a choice, or did that come out as form of expression, expressing like naturally, or was it a way of escapism, or how did that comedy part was formed?
Like the comedy part comes actually because I'm Egyptian. Or if you're aware, like Egyptians are naturally funny people.
Yeah.
They're actually very famous in making comedies as well, like cinema-wise. I grew up with comedies. I was a very big fan of like multicultural comedies. Like for example, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. It was one of my favorite shows when I was a teenager because I could relate to Will Smith back then in the show because like it was this kid from Philadelphia who goes to his uncle in LA and he tries to integrate there. And I felt somehow like this as well. And as well. With comedy, it's in order to tell good comedy, you need drama as well. And my films are really based on my own experiences. Like for example, my film Sawah, 80% of it, what you see on screen, is really based on things that I experienced myself. Like for example, I was myself a DJ when I was younger. I got so much trouble on borders when I travel, even with my Luxembourg passport. Like I always get into trouble because of my name or where I was born. I always have to justify myself for different things and lots of stories like that. And
you know what,
so I try really to
sorry.
Yeah, so I just try to find my voice like this.
I find your situation is actually a kind of comedic, like because usually if there's a certain discrimination or questioning someone's identity, basically based on your nationality. But you do have a big contrast between the name, Adolf, right, and the nationality. So you feel like people need to get over the name first, then they get shocked by the nationality, right? So that by itself is comedic, but then the consequence is actually discrimination and giving you a trouble.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, and that's why, like, I just take it lightly instead of crying in my corner and say, "Yeah, no one likes me. I don't know what to do," and so on. Instead, really, because that's why I was like really as a teenager. I didn't know where to fit in, and when I discovered film, that's like especially like films like from neorealism from Italy or the new wave in France.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I wanted to ask you about. I know that Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was a formative influence. We found that out. But what films and filmmakers? Now you already started answering Italian neorealism, and what other things would you say are influences on your work?
Like in my work, like things, I discovered cinema actually late. The first time I went to cinema, I was 22 years old, or 23 even. And I saw one film in black and white called La Haine, a French film from the 90s, which is set in the suburbs of Paris, which included so many different aspects that I liked, from the characters, from the story, from the comedic aspect, from dramatic aspect. And that has really inspired me. And thanks to this film, I managed to discover the influences, like what the director Mathieu Kassovitz had in order to do this masterpiece. So I started discovering that he was inspired by the French New Wave, by the Italian neorealism, by the American cinema, like in the 70s, all this new Hollywood that came into place from Scorsese to Coppola to De Palma and so on. And what I found so fascinating is that all those people, they used non-actors trying to tell stories that are relatable, where people can relate to them, and trying to give a voice to the voiceless. And that's how with time, I said, okay, like maybe for me as a filmmaker, using comedy and using those aspects as well, because when you talk about comedy, people always think it's just for commercial purposes, or just for the big audiences and so on. But I can assure you that, for example, my film Sawah, the first time I've shown the film was in front of like thousands of people in China, in Beijing, a country where everywhere, where everything is so closed and so on, and seeing Chinese people as laughing at my jokes and my situations that I went through, that they could relate to them and so on. That made me really it made me so fulfilled, because I said
it's a powerful
really,
moment. It had to have been a powerful moment.
Especially someone from total different culture as well, to relate to that.
Yeah. And they could really relate to it, because the film was very successful in China, funnily enough.
Do you remember specific stories or like sequences that they really connected with or laughed at? Like what kind of situational moment they laughed at in the film?
Like funnily enough, like, there were jokes in the film that only the Chinese laughed about. Okay, and I don't know, maybe there was something that they could relate to, and
can you think of an
especially
example?
The rhythm of. I know there's this, for example, there's this situation. There's this character in the bus, and there's the two characters talking to each other, and just like with the facial expressions from the characters, just because of that, they were laughing, or there were like lots of other situations where that were actually improvised by the actors, that I didn't even write on the script, but on set we decided to improvise, and that also it worked somehow. And because I was very lucky, because with this film I traveled like really around the world, and
as I said, number one on Netflix. I mean, you've had a tremendous success.
Yeah, and it was quite something, and I never expected that, coming from Luxembourg, the small country, but it became somehow like it's the first film from Luxembourg, because I doubt that you heard any film from Luxembourg.
I'm not up on the Luxembourg film scene myself, but I think I take your word for it that it's the first. And I wonder. Well, no, I don't want to. I was going to ask you about the reaction in Luxembourg, but I'm more interested in what Dima was talking about finding humor in trauma. I think that's fascinating. I think that's what's distinctive about your work, that there are a lot of filmmakers and storytellers dealing with trauma because we live in a traumatic world, but you find humor in that, and I think that's what sets your work apart. That's certainly what sets a film like Sawa apart. So I do think that that's the sort of thing that crosses cultural borders far better. But now, because I know we're going to get off on a different track, what was the reaction in Luxembourg to the film?
I was waiting for that question. Like, the thing is, some people, they felt offended. Some people, they loved it. But what was amazing is that really a lot of film, like, I don't know, like not even film people, because children from immigrant background in Europe in general, they are not used to go to the cinema and to see people that look like them on the big screen. And I've seen it also with my previous features as well, because I've done 4 features. So I've done work in the past as well. And people locally, the critics, they hate my work always, like in Luxembourg especially. Okay, this really, and it touched me at the beginning of my career. I was always touched, because some people, they were so mean to me. They said I'm not even allowed to carry a camera. That's how bad my films are. But at the same time, I managed to bring thousands of people to the cinema, especially young people. And some people, they went many times to see my films, to see, like on the big screen. It was pre-Netflix, pre-YouTube, and so on. And they felt connected to my work, because they saw people and situations that they could relate to. And it was the first time for them to experience like that. And they felt represented. And so on, and lots of young people also decided to become filmmakers as well, or to become storytellers, or to
because
write
of seeing
books,
your film, you inspired people. Well,
I inspired them, and also my story.
Can't be a
also
better
myself
payoff
as
than that.
as a person.
Yeah,
because we grew up, like in Europe, especially when you have like you come from an immigrant background, most people, even though I don't like that word expat or immigrant, whatever. When you come with a foreign background in Europe, you come from very low class, like very working class. So you don't grow up with arts, for example. Okay, like you're not used to have like to read a book. Like I read my first book, I was 19 years old, for example. Okay. And as I said, Yeah, and so you don't because they don't promote that. Like the society doesn't want you to do that in Europe, especially. Like because they always put you in boxes, and you don't see this that you can grow somehow
You're
and
not
be different.
recognized as an artist.
No, and that was actually the main reason I decided to come to the UAE, because the thing is, I felt that I was like an ambassador for this amazing country called Luxembourg. I will never say anything bad about it because it's really a beautiful country. They gave me so much, but just like the mentality, like I'm still Arab, I'm still Egyptian, I'm still different. I still have this funny name, and I still want to make films.
Well, yeah, I
And
mean, I
wanna
guess
feel-
that's kind of what my question was. It sounds more blunt and rude than I mean, but why are you here? Because
Why?
you did have a success in a country that is not known for its film industry. Let's put it kindly. The Luxembourg film industry is not the first place that young filmmakers go to, and you had a success. So I was curious about how much you would have been embraced by whatever film industry there is there. But you're saying, well, certainly, I mean, film critics are not the film industry. They're I don't know what they are. They're people who write about films. I'd be curious, did you ever notice the sort of films that they did like? Because you said they did not like your films.
Yeah, that was similar to a question I had in mind. That do you think the critique was because they didn't like the topics you are sharing or communicating, or for other technical reasons, as in for the way it was found? So what was the critique mainly for? Is it for your voice? Is it like attacking your voice?
Like, I don't want to be mean towards critics.
Oh, they're not
okay,
yours.
'cause-
We can say whatever we want about them.
because I'm pretty sure, like, lots of them, they like my work, okay? Because some of them also, like, they said that they liked some stuff of my, like a few topics that I talk about and so on. But I think it's just like maybe my story in general, because, it's also nothing against film schools. I really respect film schools and so on. But lots of film critics, they respect more filmmakers coming from elite film schools.
So what Dima was asking, you're saying it's about the technique and the technical aspects far more than the subject matter.
Yeah, I think it's more the technical aspect, because thing is, as I said, like for me, I just take a camera and shoot what I have around me and like tell a story. Some people, they like it, others, they feel it's not real cinema. But for me, cinema is about giving emotions and telling a story at the end of the day.
And when they say it's not real cinema, in which sense?
Maybe because maybe they're too old, maybe they can't relate to my topics. Maybe they're too old, for example. Like because, as I said, I was a DJ, so I was also very I grew up with the hip hop culture, for example, which is a culture that started in the 80s and became more popular in the 90s, and in 2000 became like the biggest music or subculture in the world. And for me, because I come from this generation, so just taking with what you have, just as in hip hop, because the hip hop music was created like that, so using samples from like old music and creating something else out of it, or breakdancing, using dance and creating some new dancing, graffiti, same thing. So it's also it's just like creating with what you have, you create something new, and because I come from this culture, so that's why. With my films, I believe there's a lot of hip hop in there, because I take lots of things together and I try to create my own voice like that. And maybe many critics, because they're not from this culture, they don't know how to deal with that.
But I mean, there's a long tradition, certainly in the 90s. I mean, we were talking last week about Quentin Tarantino. That's what he did. But he had technical polish because he hired very good crews. But he quotes constantly from older films. That's what he does. So it's in a way, the film equivalent of hip hop to a certain degree in terms of what you're talking about. But also what you're talking about the not polished technical aspect. Anybody who knows their film history would know, especially in Europe, there's a long tradition, certainly going back to the art cinema of the 50s, the French New Wave,
Italian neorealism.
The cinema verite of I don't want to use the word amateur, but people who don't have technical polish, like Francois Truffaut, who was a film critic and then picked up a camera and started making movies. And by the way, it's interesting to note that Quentin Tarantino was on something recently bashing Truffaut, hates Truffaut. But he's not a filmmaker. For I think the exact same reason. He's as a film critic who wants that technical polish. But anybody who knows their film history knows there's a long tradition to what you're doing.
Adolf, I find your story really interesting. It's so complex Because coming like your experience has like so much to say about discrimination or about not being recognized as an artist, and while trying to express that in the industry, you're also facing that again. You're going through something then because you're trying to express the same point. So they are proving your point, basically. It's like a story within a story. But question is like, when you're writing a scene, for example, and it's like rooted in this discomfort or trauma, when do you decide if this is gonna be like comedic or humor, or this is gonna be actually dramatic? Because even if you have dark comedy, I'm sure like you wanna keep balance between both. It's a humor not for the sake of humor. It's the humor because you have a message or you have a point to prove, right? And you want to keep balance between the emotional effect and the lightness. So how do you decide while writing? Is it intuitively? Is it like there's a thoughtful process goes through it? When do you decide this scene has to be dramatic? This scene has to be a bit comedic?
And while you're thinking of that answer, I'm going to say we are Crossroads at Mira Business.
This is David's favorite part.
For once, I'm going to do this right, even though it's more than halfway through. Sorry about that. In collaboration with Middlesex University Dubai. Search for us on Mira Business FM. You can find us online at all the usual platforms: YouTube, Spotify, Apple, Amazon, what have you. Back to you, Adolf.
Yeah. Like things, like for me, when I tell a story, I already have the whole structure in place. So because of, I think because for me, story is beginning, middle, end. A scene is beginning, middle, end. You need conflict, and conflict can be dramatic, can be humor, can be many different things. And they also say that comedy doesn't travel as well. Like that's something which is very common. And all those challenges, I like them because that really pushes me. And when I start writing, I always try to find what is the intention of the scene. Like, what do I want to give, and what's going to happen next in the story. So basically, the comedy aspects, they come naturally because I write a lot based on my own experiences. So sometimes I'll write down, like whenever happens to me, I write so much like on things that I see interesting, that inspired me or that have touched me or whatsoever. And then I put it in there. And at the same time, I also work with another screenwriter together, so I don't work alone. I have a writer from Canada called Dennis Foon, which is one of the top writers in Canada, who's been in the business for like 50 years or so. So it's quite experienced. And with him together, we always try to find the right balance between drama and humor, because it's always nice to hear his point of view as well. Because even though there's a age and different background and so on, we have a lot of similarities in where we come from. Because Dennis, for example, he was born in the US, he's Jewish, and then he fled during the Vietnam War as a refugee to Canada, and he became a writer there, and he started writing stories about unprivileged people and from lower societies and so people in society and so on. And I feel that we know how to deal with specific things together. So we have very good organic way of working, and sometimes he finds things funny, sometimes I find things funny, sometimes he doesn't like it, sometimes I like it, and then we always find a way to move forward somehow. Because also something very important is that film gets made like so many different times. It gets made when you write it, gets made when you shoot it, and gets made when you edit it, and sometimes even when you distribute it as well. So there's many different ways of bringing your story across, and for me, it's really the story and the emotions you want to give to people. That's the most important at the end.
You said earlier that you were surprised when Chinese audience, for example, related to some humor or like comedic moments. Do you see certain cultures are relating more to the dramatic aspect of your story while others connecting more with the comedic part, or you see it always goes in line together?
I think it goes in line together, because thing is something that I like a lot, especially when you show films on big screen and to share with audiences, and especially Q&As, to talk with audiences at the end. Because then you feel that a lot of people, they have interesting questions, and that makes you really think on how our world functions. Like I remember when, as I said, like I went 8 times to China. I went on a whole tour around all the biggest cities there. I had so many screenings, so many Q&As. Some Q&As lasted for like 2 hours, and so they had so many questions. And that really fulfilled me in a way that I said, okay, like really cinema is something so universal and so strong.
Any questions that stand out? Any questions you remember that really like did stand out?
Stand out, for example, just very basic, like someone coming from a village going to the big city. That's my, like in Sawah, that's how it is. Someone from Egypt going to Europe because he wants to fulfill his dreams. And that's something a lot of Chinese people can relate to, for example. Okay, and all the struggle that they go through, also with discrimination because of the different provinces or different wherever dialects they speak, or how they look like, or their background, the social status, and so on. So there's lots of different things that we're talking about. I was very surprised how the Chinese they could relate and talk openly like that, especially in countries where everything is so closed. And funnily enough, when you go on WeChat, for example, but you need the Chinese WeChat, so you have to be in China to, and you search and you look on forums. They have like lots of forums there where people discuss things and like that. And there's so many things about my film, how to talk about it, and how also with my film breaks the stereotypes towards Arabs, for example, and how they see a different view on the world. And there's also lots of memes that were created there, and lots of things that, and that's what made the film so successful in China. And
so you found that you said earlier that the common wisdom is that humor doesn't travel. And one thing you did mention earlier that they were laughing about facial expressions. Do you think the humor was more for the physical humor, or humor that's even dependent on language came across national borders? Or do you think it's a healthy mix of both?
Like I think it's a lot about like really like the physical humor. Okay?
Yeah.
Because I doubt that most Chinese they speak English or other, because films there's so many different languages in the film. It's like 4 languages in there. So you have scenes where characters they talk different languages between each other, and but they understood somehow the intention, and thing is, like film, like the comedy aspect. Like I'm a big fan of Charlie Chaplin or Buster Keaton, for example. Like they didn't need dialogues.
Well, that's what I was thinking about. The silent film comedians certainly traveled well. Everybody in the world loved, in the early days of film, Chaplin, Laurel and Hardy, Buster Keaton, like you said, and then still do, the people who watch those old films. It becomes more difficult when comedy becomes language dependent. That it travels across borders. And so I was wondering if you think, and this is getting more towards, I want to talk about your future. I also want to talk about your online stuff and the book a bit. We haven't really touched on it much at all. But can we talk for a second about, what are you working on now as a filmmaker? You said you're working with this Canadian screenwiter on a script right now, or is the script done? Are you filming? Can you just tell us a little bit about what you're working on?
Yeah, I have so many projects at different stages. So there's another passion project that I'm working on. I've been working on for many years that I'm trying to finance. Unfortunately, I had the whole financing in place, but then COVID came and everything fell down to the drain. So I have to do it again, because it was actually a very big international co-production between many different countries. Had also lots of named actors and so on. But then now I'm trying to reshape, refinance this film, and hopefully maybe I'm gonna make it someday. Like, because something that I learned over the years is really patience. That you need really a lot of patience to make a film.
What is no BS filmmaking then?
So no BS filmmaking is really to talk without any I don't want to say filters, but really to show filmmakers or aspiring filmmakers that they can make it somehow in the business, and by using the tools that you have at your disposal today. Okay, even though I'm like, I believe in pure filmmaking, doing things together, but I mean, it's also like how to use the tools that are available. Like, just to tell you an example, I sold my film myself to Netflix. Like, I went to them, I knocked on their door. They didn't want to meet me, and I just didn't give up. And then they gave me a meeting, and they loved the film so much that they said, okay, we're gonna acquire it. Okay, and thing is, like, because in this business, something that a lot of young people especially need to learn, that you need a lot of courage, you need a lot of patience, you need a lot of strength in order to reach your goal somehow at every step whenever you make a film. And that's what I try to teach people, to show them, like, based on experiences and case studies on all the mistakes that I've done and how I managed to come out of it somehow. Like, it can be, for example, if an actor is not in a good mood on set, how to deal with him. If a camera breaks down, what to do. Like an example, for example, on Sawah, I was shooting during the winter, and it was super cold in Europe, which was like -15, -20 degrees. And then suddenly the camera broke down. What happened? Then everyone started to panic. I just took out my iPhone and I started shooting with the actors that were in this really cold situation. I continued shooting the scene with my iPhone. It was an iPhone, don't know which one was it back then, like an 8, 9, something like that. Not the highest quality whatsoever. But I managed to shoot the scene, and we used some of the shots in the final film. And you don't see a difference between the iPhone footage and the Arri Alexa footage with those amazing lenses and so on. So it's just like to show those tools that you can find solutions, because film, like really, like time is so valuable, and time is money as well. Like depends on the situation, and I just really want to show people those tools and give them courage that they can do it somehow.
You mentioned some challenges you faced while making films. How did the journey of publishing your book go? Did you face anything similar? Was it a total different category, or how did that experience go?
Like the book, I wrote it last summer out of frustration. I was sitting in a very hot summer in London, and I wrote it over like, I think, maybe 18 days, something like that. Like every day I was just writing, just putting on paper, like based on my own experiences, and then structure the whole thing somehow and keep it simple as well. Like I really don't want to talk about successes or failures or whatever. I was talking really about practical ways of dealing with things. Okay, like from the moment you have your story till the moment you're in front of an audience to show your film, and it just came just like completely natural, using my voice, the way how I speak. So I didn't want to make it too intellectual or too technical or so whatever. It's really practical, because that's how I see films. You have to be extremely practical and tactical and strategic as well, like in order to think many things ahead. So if something happens, you always need a plan B, plan C, plan D, whatever, in order to get the things across. So that's my goal that I really want to do with that book.
I meant also from industry perspective, like for example, dealing with editors, with publishers, all these kind of things. Industry-wise, how did that go for you? Because in filmmaking, you found like some resistance somehow, or let's say discrimination or something. Did the same happen again while you're trying to publish your book, or that was a smoother journey?
Like with the book, it's actually I self-published it. So the thing is, today with all the tools available, so you can do it yourself. So I managed to publish it in different languages. So I did translations myself in French and German as well. And I published it first on Amazon, and then there's lots of other territories across Europe, for example, for a German-speaking market or French-speaking market, where you can do also self-publishing, or you can have your books even printed in the shops available. Like my book, for example, is available across Germany in all bookshops, and in France across all bookshops, in German as well as in French. So that's also something that comes from my background in filmmaking, trying to do things with what you have. Because I didn't have the patience to go and knock on publishers' doors and so on, and get rejected and wait.
I mean, it's of a piece with your filmmaking. You are a do-it-yourself filmmaker. You've done it all. You said you went and sold it to Netflix yourself. You didn't wait for a producer to find a distribution. You did it yourself, which is admirable. And so something Dima said, I was wondering, she said industry resistance. We definitely heard about critical I don't know if resistance, critical pushback against your film. But that makes me curious. How has the industry, the global film industry, reacted to your work? Has there been resistance? Has there been embrace? No. You know what? I'm going to stop talking. You answer.
Maybe apart
was very
from
embraced.
Luxembourg, yeah. Because mainly the resistance seemed to be in Luxembourg, so maybe the other international
international, that was the word I was
How
fumbling
did Egyptians
for.
specifically maybe also react to your film?
Like in Egypt, they loved it so much. Because I was in Egypt just like last week, and people, they really know my film. Like even to taxi drivers, you talk to them, and then they can believe it.
Okay, yes, thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Okay, so it had such an impact, and then people, they tell me, I watched it on YouTube. Okay, and some people, they give me the link on YouTube, and they said, "Oh my God, someone stole my film and put it on YouTube." Yeah? Okay,
do it
I said,
yourself.
"Okay, actually, I feel proud. I actually felt very proud Okay, like that they put it there, like okay, so at least people watch it, and I see the views, wow, so many, and so on, all the comments, and that makes me very happy. And and the good thing is, like with this film, it opened a lot of doors. Like for me, for this kid coming from Luxembourg, or even from UAE, because UAE is also part of my story. So coming from small communities like that, or small countries like that, and then to get offers to work, because I got offers to work in Hollywood and also to work on TV series. Thanks to the film, I did a TV series for Netflix in Belgium a few years ago. And I got offers also to work in Hollywood to do like some really big budget multicultural films. But I didn't accept them because I didn't like the scripts. I didn't like, and I have also a lot of friends who went to Hollywood and who have worked there, and then they came back to Europe and they felt so depressed because they didn't have any freedom to do
it's very regimented
whatever they wanted.
there. Yeah, it's very controlled environment. What sort of project, can I ask you? You said you didn't like the project, so I'm just wondering what were the project? What were they like? Yeah, you don't have to give me specifics of it, but the sort of things you didn't like.
It was like it was like some sort of Ocean's 11 type of film with lots of very famous stars.
So like a heist crime caper type film.
It was a heist film. International with lots of different actors from many different countries, many different languages, and that's why.
So it was a comedy, though. So they see you as a comedy director.
It's a comedy, it's an action comedy, action comedy, and it was the first part of a trilogy of 3 films, and they want me to be part of the first one. And the thing is, I said I want to be part of it if you give me some freedom to rewrite some scenes with the writers and so on, and to make it more natural, not to have always those stereotypes, stereotypical roles like on Arabs or French people or German people and so on. And but they weren't open enough, and I said, no, I don't want to work in that environment. It's not something that I need, to be honest with you.
Not that you have to name the film, but was it made?
No, it's not made yet, as far as I know.
How about being offered film projects in other countries, other industries?
I got also lots of offers as well in France. I got an offer as well.
What sort of film?
There. It's also a comedy, multicultural comedy, based on a book. And the producer is one of the top producers in France. But so that's like we're in discussion like a year ago to work on that, and I started working on the script. So maybe we're going to continue working on it, and we'll see where it goes.
So you've established an international reputation as a comedy director, and I think that not surprisingly, because if you have a comedy that gets a strong response in places as disparate as Egypt and China, clearly you're speaking some sort of international language. Doing something right.
Yeah, that's why I wanted always to be. I was different, so thing is that's why, like, to bring multicultural comedies to bigger audiences. That's something. It's my dream as a filmmaker that I always wanted to do, and there's not many filmmakers that are able to do that as well. Okay, it's not to tap on my shoulder or whatever, but it's just like because it's natural from how I am as a person.
No, don't underestimate that achievement. It is not many people who can do that.
You know, sorry, I asked you before, how do you keep balance between the trauma or tragedy and comedy? Which part of your story you wouldn't present it in a comedic way at any cost? You think like you would actually be insulting that experience, or it can never be presented in a comedic way?
Oh, that's a very tough question. Yeah, something that's... No. I don't know. Like, thing is, because I try to be as open as possible, but at the same time, I have to be also very careful how far you go when you talk with like different subjects and different communities like you want to touch. There's sometimes I need to find the right balance. I don't want to talk about self-censorship, whatever, but really trying to find a way in order not to offend people, and that's really the hardest thing because things I stopped believing in freedom of speech, anyways. Because thing is, when you see the world we live in today. Like everything is completely messed up on every level possible. Whatever you say, it will be used against you by any means possible. So that's something.
Apart from how would it be perceived more on a personal level, that this is actually can be really painful, that you can't laugh about it.
Like for me, I have lots of personal issues in my family, for example. Okay, like for example, my mother, like she passed away a few years ago, and it was a very traumatic experience because like the way how she passed away was very unfair. She could have been saved very, very easily, but because of the system and racism as well, unfortunately, we couldn't save her. And that's something I don't know if I'm ready to tell that type of story somehow in a dramatic or comedic way. I don't know how I want to say it, because I don't think I'm mature enough to do it at the moment. And but thing is, like, really, there's so many different things that I want to tell. Like, if I show you my notebooks, I have so many stories that I've written over the years. And I know, like, one day, like, I will have I'll be in the right state of mind in order to tell those, like, every story that I wanted to tell. And so it's really a process that takes some time, and in order to do things properly.
So you're never going to be you are, though I'm trying to pigeonhole you, as everybody in the industry will always, with everybody, try to pigeonhole as a comedy director. It's going to be a comedy with meaning. It's not going to be, you're not going to be doing a Cannonball Run remake, in other words. Yeah.
Like, I'm not, like thing is, like, for me, I don't want to get this stamp as a comedy director, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Like, I'm interested in everything, but like, I'm not very interested in genre movies, for example. Like, horror movies is not my cup of tea. But
there's enough other
maybe
people doing those. It's good.
Because I produced two horror movies, okay, but there was also meaning behind it, like in the story, and also the director's background. So that's why I was interested to produce those. But for me as a director, I don't know if I could do genre movies, for example. Like, it's not something that I would do, because there's not real passion for it yet. Maybe one day, but it's not something that. But also dramas. I like dramas a lot. Action films, I'm not the biggest fan of it as well. There's also other people who are very good at it.
You said you responded very strongly to Lahan, for instance, which was a very popular film in France. I show it to my students every year, first year film students, as part of the visual storytelling. We always screen that because it's a it's a powerful film, but it's an interesting one that you cite that as an influence. There's not a lot of comedy in that one, but
it has comedy.
It does have some comedy
in
in it. Yeah. So, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. No, you mentioned your story with your mom. I'm sorry for your loss and for the way that you experienced that loss. Did you change, or did that change anything in you, and how would you express pain, or like, how would you express pain in your films? Did that change the tone of comedy a little bit, or you just like remained the same form of expression?
I don't know yet, because thing is, like, this happened like 3.5 years ago. So for me, I don't think, like, I've done nothing like in those past 3.5 years, because I was more into producing. So that's why for me, I don't know yet where the journey is heading. Like, but for sure, it made me think a lot. Like, this specific event, it really made me think a lot about life and how valuable our life is, and how things can change really from one day to another very quickly. And those things also inspire me as a filmmaker as well, of course. And so sometimes, like you need those dramatic things in order to help you to evolve and to see life differently, and maybe refocus and reshape things in your life, and trying to bring you maybe in different paths some way. Because of my mother's death, for example, that was one of the reasons I came back to the UAE, for example. Okay, because I felt what I felt there, like in Europe, was so dramatic that I said, like, if that's where Europe is heading now, it's really, really sad, and I don't believe that things are getting better anytime soon. Maybe in the future, but when I see countries like the UAE, where everything is so evolving, where the best people are coming to this part of the world, which was so stigmatized for so many years, and maybe generations even. Like, it really gives me hope that there's really other places in the world where things can evolve in a very positive manner, where people can live together, where there's less and less gaps in society, and where people can really have a better future, especially for them and for their children. And so I don't know where everything is heading. So right now I'm here, and I hope to establish myself here in the region somehow. That's my main goal.
You know, going back to the beginning of the show, when David asked you, or like introduced you as a filmmaker and cross-cultural storytelling, that stood out to me as well, because you describe yourself as like filmmaker. And why are you so keen on keeping that term, that you are cross-culture storytelling? right? Like, I mean, because usually filmmakers, when they have this as a genre, like they have a specific genre they write about, they don't say mainly horror writer, or they don't say basically, they just write per industry, not per the specific content. So why were you so keen about mentioning that?
Because that's me. Like, it's gonna be always me. Like, thing is, I always say, like, just watch my name, watch my nationality, watch where I was born, watch my background, watch my story. Like, I mean, like I try to be genuine. I'm trying to be myself, and also there's not many people who do what I do, and maybe that will inspire other filmmakers as well to do the same thing. Because you know, like, for me as a producer, I produced like around 20 feature films, and most directors, they came from very similar backgrounds as me. And also the films that I produced, even though the genres were very, very wide, like from drama to documentaries to comedy to horror movies to children's films. But when you see how those films were made and what is the story behind and the directors, where they come from, and so you see there's a big similarity in the way how we try to tell our stories. And I know there's this new wave of directors, also here in the UAE, that want to tell those stories somehow, but they don't have the right tools yet, or they don't know where to start. And it can be actually easy, but it's just like it's the first step that's the hardest way. And if I can be an inspiration for people who can relate to my story and that have similar backgrounds, maybe that can help them as well, like to find their paths in order to fulfill themselves.
That's a beautiful spot to end on. We got the.
Can I have just one last thing? I really don't want to end before asking you this question. Knowing how funny Egyptians are, how do they specifically react to your name? Any specific incident quickly to your name, or how do they describe you? I'm sure they're acting differently than Europe.
While you're thinking of that, I'm going to say we are Crossroads at Mira Business FM in collaboration with Middlesex University Dubai. Search for us on Mira Business FM and online at all the usual platforms: YouTube, Spotify, Apple, Amazon. Okay, over to you. Hi, love.
So just not even react to my name, to react to my full name, not my first name. Because in Europe it's more my first name, but when you react to my full name, because my name is Adolf, the good one, or the good-looking one, or the sweet one, or everything that's positive.
El Asal means honey, sweet as honey.
I want to be known as David, the good-looking one. Now I know which name to say. All right. Yeah. Thank you so much for being on with us today. We really appreciate it. It's been a great conversation. I hate that we have to cut it short, but the blues tune tells us we do. All right. Thanks again.
Thank you so much,
Take care. Talk again soon.
I'm sorry I couldn't be there. We would have loved to be in Dubai.
Yeah, we would have loved it too. But
hopefully next time we meet you in person.
Yeah.
Take care.
Okay, take care. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Thanks so much.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Ciao.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.